academic experience, we are confident that today's session will provide meaningful learning and valuable perspectives for all of us. I now respectfully invite Professor D.V. Srinivas Kumar to kindly take over the session.
Okay. So, what is the time now? Good afternoon, everyone. Right? We are almost Sandhikalanlo now, right? We are transitioning from morning to afternoon. Before I go ahead with the session, let me look at your levels of comfort, because this is basically a knowledge sharing session. We are not here to test you or to teach you something. It is basically in terms of looking at the new technologies that are taking over and how we can really look in terms of integrating them into our curriculum. We are not looking at making you like data scientists or looking at you writing some code, but rather we are looking at you understanding to the level what is required in terms of the AI, machine learning, data mining, these concepts, which definitely are going to have an impact. Etla Telugulo veldama, Englishlo veldama, meer cheppandi. Bilingual. So keep on switching. How many of you are not comfortable with Telugu? That's why, because I need majority of them, right, will be Telugu comfort, but you may not be comfortable in. So I keep on switching, right? Any point of time you have any query. 95 when I was doing my MBA, computers were making their way into the offices. There was a big discussion in terms of whether an MBA student is required to learn computers. We never learned anything in terms of working with Microsoft or anything. Computers but the moment we entered, in fact I started with the industry career first. I looked at people working with a spreadsheet like Excel. I don't even know how to operate it. Big discussion in terms of whether if you look at roughly required to learn 30 years. We are again at we never learned anything in terms of course in between you might have seen the but the moment we entered where internet came in, there was a lot of debate in terms of what happens to the existing way of not required. The good news is need not be. If you are already having some idea about mathematics, nothing wrong. But say for example, if I need to really look at learning algorithms, the good news is, or maybe designing a neural network, I need to have a little bit of idea in terms of what is known as linear algebra. I need to have some amount of understanding of the probability and statistics. I need to have some amount of understanding in terms of calculus. Go ahead with the session. So at an application level, right now when we are using a computer, we are not interested in terms of how the architecture has been built. I need to have some amount of how to understanding of use that particular statistics, right? So when we looked at what AP State Council of Higher Education has given us, when we went through the content, okay, it became very clear that they are basically looking at making you comfortable with the AI. As tomorrow, say for example, you can't be lagging behind your student, right? Your student might be going much ahead of you. And second thing is, even otherwise, it is a good idea to have the required level of understanding. What is that required level? We will discover as we go, right? The required level of understanding of AI, even at an individual level, whether you are a faculty or not, right? Since AI is almost taking over everything. In fact, if you look at one of the famous persons in this area of AI, there is a professor at Stanford called as Andrew Ng. He is the one who is a co-founder of the Coursera learning platform. How many of you are aware of Coursera? Most of you would have, right? In fact, the best-selling course on Coursera is machine learning. But interestingly, one of the statements he made was, just like the way around 100 years back, electricity has transformed every industry. Around 100 years back, just like the way electricity has transformed every industry, today your AI is going to touch upon every industry, right? So the basic idea is that we need to live with AI, right? Rather than actually trying to escape from AI, because there is nothing, you need to be afraid of AI once you actually know how it works, right? There are other questions. What happens to the world, right? Will the jobs be there or not? We'll discuss this towards the end, what will happen, because there are different perspectives that are given, right? So at this point of time, I would like to start with this. Now, let me actually start looking at a few basics here. So when I'm looking at this need for understanding AI, as I told you, at least a basic knowledge of AI and data usage, right? So that we will have an understanding. Now, let me ask you a simple question. Today, do you think that computers are not needed by you or they are needed? Computers at one point of time were only for the scientists. then the engineers. And slowly they came across every walk of life. Right now, if you look at AI, knowingly or unknowingly, we are using AI. Interesting scenarios. The moment I am using my smartphone, I'm using AI, I don't know. Right now, I'm talking to you, I don't know what my smartphone is doing. It could be taking all this data, it could be processing the language through NLP technologies, and somewhere it could be recorded also. We look at the other aspects of data privacy and other things a little bit later. But then the thing is, you need to live with the AI because AI is here going to stay. Now, this is the person that I was referring to, Andrew Ng. He just says that AI is the new electricity, it will transform every industry. Now, the interesting perspective is, you don't need to know all of the inner workings of AI to benefit from AI, just a basic understanding of how things work. That itself requires some effort, basic understanding in terms of how this is going to work. Now, there are two perspectives here. When I'm talking about AI, I was given this topic related to the hardware of AI. Your very first session, if you got the syllabus, it is related to the hardware platforms about AI, which I think is a very bad idea to start with. Shall we have some 5 to 10 minutes, a little bit of understanding into AI and then get into the hardware? Because we will then understand, okay, this is what AI is going to do, and then we will do something. Now, let us say, to just give you an idea about what we are going to do, right? Now, let me just take you through an interesting platform. Now, this is a teachable machine. It's a part of your course also. Don't worry about it. Evening, you can play around with it once you go back. Now, I'll just give you a small demonstration. So, when I'm looking at what this AI is doing, now, if you look at some of the examples that they have given here, right? Let's say in this particular case, there are some hand gestures that are there and AI is doing. So, I'll just say, let us get started. This is disconnected, right? Let me try with connecting it. If it gets connected, I can directly demonstrate it to you. So, hopefully, it should be working. So, essentially what happens here is, I have an interesting scenario where if you look at this, there is a dog and a woman, then there is an audio project, then there is a pose, someone standing, someone squatting, right? Different things are there. So, in this particular case, what we will do is that, let us say we will try to go with an image project. So, what I do is, without looking at how it works, we will basically see what is it that I can do, what is it that I get to. So, if I am looking at this standard image, what I will do is, I will upload some pictures into it, right? So, since I have already worked on this, what I will do is, I will choose certain images. What do you find there? Apples, right? I am taking these apples, then I am uploading them, right? Now, I am calling this as apples. Right? Or let's say call it as an apple. Anything you can do, right? Now, let us say I will upload another set. I am going here, then I am again uploading. So, what I will do here is, instead of apples, I will go with, what are these? Except for that green one, right? Okay. Oh, it has selected only the green. Okay. So, I'll just remove this. I'm going to do this. Again, I am loading the samples. Now, I am saying that the name of this is banana. Right. Now, please see this. I have given some images of apple, and what is the name I have given to that? The label. We call it as a label. I called it as apple, and I'm calling this as bananas. Now, you see, there is something called as training the model. Something known as training the model. Please see this. Nothing to worry about. It is just like some kind of entertainment, right? Train the model, I'm saying. Something is happening at the back end. Wow. Now, let me see here again. If I'm looking at this, there are some technicalities that are there. Right now, don't be worried about all these things. Now, let us say, I would like to see now what is going to happen here. if I'm looking at, let us say, a scenario like this, I'm giving a, let us say, I'll go here and I will ask for an apple on the web, apple image. Okay. So I'll go with the apple. Whatever the apple we have given, we will not give that apple. We will give a different apple, right? So shall we take this apple? Is it okay? So what I will do is, I'll just if I'm going with not a free apple, right? Apple, what I call image, is all what I need. So in this case, if I'm looking at this, copying this image, then let us say, if I try to basically save this, it is allowing me for save. These days, not everything is allowed to be saved. So what I basically do is, I take a snapshot of it, right? So what I do is, I'll go with the print screen, right? And I'll take this portion. Okay. Now, what did I get here? An apple, right? So what I will do is I'll go to the pane, and then I will open this, and I'll paste it. Okay. Now I'll save this on my desktop file. Save as, let's say JPG is fine. I'll say I'll go to the desktop, right? And I'll say that this is untitled. Can you see it? I'm not even giving a title to this untitled. But this is there on my desktop. Now what I will do is, I'll go back to this particular website where we have trained things, right? What I will do is, let's say I want to give this file. I'm choosing the images, right? So what is the image we have taken on the desktop? What is the name we have given it? Untitled. So shall we go here and open, right? Now you see this interestingly, when you are looking at the scenarios, it keeps on looking at what is that you have given here? What is that you have given here? So in this case, this untitled, if I just open, okay, there is some problem here, just don't worry about it. What I will do is I just take the file from the regular scenario also. So let me go to the desktop, then AI orientation is there. Let's say instead of an apple, let me also take a banana. Okay, I'll just say open. Now it has taken the banana. Can you see here? Now what is the output it has given? 100,000 banana. 0%. It learned from the training effect. Interestingly, earlier we used to just use the PPT and say that this is what is happening. You can give, see here you can see, add a class is also there. Add a class is also there. Anything can be there. You can add multiple classes also. But the whole idea here is, I gave a sample A and a sample B. Hello. And then the training has occurred, and when I give a new picture, it is able to basically tell me what the picture is about. Are you clear with this? Right? Now, recording. Yeah. So now, what we'll do is, we'll just see what happens if you go with let's say the earlier one that I had downloaded. I'll just where is this untitled? This is the one, no, right? So I'll just look at what is its property that is there, or else if I can basically rename it, right? Untitled dot jpg, right? You just see this, and then again I am going to do this. Now what I will do is, let's say I would like to go with one more file, right? So again choose the images we are seeing. In this case I will go here, I'll go to what is known as untitled, open it, right? So if it gets uploaded here, again there is some problem with the uploading, that's why it is not getting uploaded. So what happens here is, again you are going to see whether this is going to be an apple or not. Now what I will do is, I'll choose another image here, which is again related to a green apple. Did we train it on the green apple? We didn't train it on the green apple. So Let's go to this. Where is I? I'm here. API orientation is there. Then apples are there, right? Where is I? In the banana I kept the apple, right? Now you see this. We didn't train the machine on the green apple. We trained the machine on the red apple. We trained the machine on the yellow banana. Shall we try what happens when I give a green apple? Shall we? Okay. Now we are going with this. Open. It has taken. Please see this. What is the result? It's saying that, see, it has not been trained, but still it is able to get it. 85% of the chances is apple. Earlier 100% it said it is apple. 85% of the chances that it is an apple. Maybe a little bit of confusion because it didn't get trained. Maybe 15% chances of banana, but very clearly still the machine says that 85 is enough for us. No? Anything above 50 says that the majority is this. Now this is exactly what happens, especially when you are talking about AI. Applications part will come to that. There are multiple applications. Even if you are looking at the education sector, I don't know, yesterday we had this webinar on State Council, your State Council. Teaching, learning, changing. I can just give you a few examples where teaching, learning is changing. Then research. People are keeping ChatGPT as a co-author. Or sometimes they are not even calling it as a co-author, saying that, okay, Srinivas has written this paper. That is the second scenario that is there. Your overall administration of the college, AI is coming. So the interesting perspectives here are, we'll make a genuine attempt in terms of understanding what these technologies are all about, right? So from here, if I go back, okay, let me just take you through very simply into these scenarios. You don't need this at this point of time. You just see this. Just see this. Very, very interesting. If you can catch this, most of it is done. So we use hardware. Algorithms are nothing but the systematic steps that you give to a computer in order to perform a task. Algorithm is nothing but the set of instructions that you give, right? So what are you doing is you are creating intelligence to make decisions, discover patterns, and perform some sort of actions. Okay, but you had computers from a long period of time. Earlier, what were you doing with the computers? You give it data and say that you do this multiplication, it will do the multiplication. You raise a to the power of b, it is going to do it. So what is happening here? You are having rules and data, it is giving the answers. What did we do just now? I gave an apple and called it as an apple. I gave a banana and called it as a banana. Happening is, it is making the rules. If this is round, if it is red color, probably it is an apple. It is making its own rules. Earlier, who is giving the rules? If it is able to make rules, it is learning. When it is generalizing, what is happening is, you give anything, it tries to check with its rules. Is it matching with the rule? Then this is it. If it is not matching, this is it. Are we clear with this now? That particular example is one of the beautiful examples, right? Okay, spend a minute. I will not say anything. I will take a rest for 1 minute. Please spend a minute on this. Once you are done with the reading, please tell me. Okay, right. Now please tell me, what is the input I have given to the machine in our example? I gave some data. Your picture is a data, sound is a data, right? Text is a data, anything is data, numeric data, everything is data. So what is happening here is, computers are evolving behaviors based on empirical data. Empirical data is the observed data or the experienced data, whatever is there. So how is the computer learning? Through the data. Without data, you can't teach the computer. So the computer is learning through the machine, and after that, what is happening is, it is emitting the behavior. It is giving the behavior. It's saying, okay, this is this, then the output is this. Earlier, it was not doing it, but now it is able to do. But then when you look at AI, very old, 1956, John McCarthy, MIT. But then what happened is, at that point of time when he thought of making computers behave like human beings, the question was like this. Do you have enough amount of data to train the computer? 1956, not there. Are the machines powerful? So what happened is, just like in winter we go to sleep, there is a term called as AI winter. For almost 30 to 40 years, AI was sleeping. What happened in the 90s is powerful machines started coming. Around mid-90s, internet started. What happened is data explosion was seen. Now you have enough amount of data to train the machine. Now you have powerful computers which can be used for training. That's where we'll see what is the CPU, what is the GPU, what is the NPU, what is the TPU, all this will come into the picture. So again, this phenomena was there. Of course, you can go through it later, quite interesting. Now you see, earlier, when we didn't have this, we used to teach like this. That means machine will learn, if you show some 10,000 pictures of cats, different cats, and tell that it is a cat, it is a cat, it is a cat, it will learn that it's a cat. Then you show some 10,000 pictures of dog, it's a dog, it's a dog, it's a dog. Then it learns that it is a dog. Just now what we have done is a simple example where I've just taken 3 or 4 images, but of course now it is very powerful. So the interesting perspective is, this is how, when you're looking at classification, how it is going to have. You give the data, it understands the data, based on the understanding, it generalizes the data. Now, can any one of you tell me, how many of you open your phone with your face image? How many of you open your phone with your thumb? So if you really see what is happening is it is learned. It is learned. But God knows who is using this data, because my thumb impression is there, right? That's a different thing, which is very interesting. Towards the end, we'll come to that, right? Because at this point itself, if we discuss that, that's the antithesis. So we'll go with this. Now you have seen here, what are the pictures we had here? Cats and dogs, right? Now this is known as supervised learning. Why do you call it as supervised learning? Simple question. When you're giving a dog image, you're calling it as a dog. You're telling the machine that this is a dog. That means you're hand holding the machine. You're giving a cat and saying that this is a cat. That means when you're talking to the machine or when you're interfacing with the machine, you are giving the input as well as the corresponding output also. What is the outcome label for a dog picture? Dog. What is the corresponding output label for a apple? Apple. You're calling it as. You say, okay, these are all apples. So I am guiding the machine. That's the reason why it is known as supervised learning. Similarly, when you go further, you do not guide the machine. There is also something called as unsupervised learning, where you just throw some data, it runs its own algorithm, and it gives the recommendation. I'll just give you a small example. All of you purchased 1 or 2 things on Amazon at least, definitely, right? It became a part of our life. When you are looking for a particular product, when you're buying a product, is it also recommending you another product? Now, this is unsupervised learning. There's nothing like input-output defined. It looks at similarities, and then automatically it gives the output that is there. Which it thinks to be suitable, it is going to give it. That is what is known as unsupervised learning. These two generally are in the context of what we call it as machine learning. So in unsupervised learning, you see this. You gave dogs, cats. In supervised, it knows that it is a dog, it is a cat. What are you doing in unsupervised learning? You are not telling it is a cat or a dog. You gave everything. It says that, okay, these seem to be similar, this is one group. These seem to be similar, this is one group. Cat or dog, I don't know, right? That means no supervision is there. In the supervision, the only difference is that along with the input, you are giving the corresponding outcome label also. You are giving the label also, right? Okay, so don't be worried about that. If you really look at the hierarchies, your unsupervised, supervised, semi-supervised, it keeps on and on. Okay, a simple scenario here, you have already done watermelon, bananas, oranges, training is done. When you give the new one, it is able to give you the predictions, right? Now, as we come across AI, we talk about something called as deep learning. If you remember, I think Professor Gantam or your chairman, State Council chairman, they were talking about neural nets. Don't be worried about it. This is heavily mathematical oriented. We are not interested in that, because if you really look at, there is an input, there is a weight with which it is multiplied, then there is a sigmoid function, then there is a transformation, activation. Not required at this unless you teach machine learning. So what we do is, say for example, if I am talking about deep learning, the computer trains itself to process and learn from the data. The computer basically trains itself to process and learn from the initial learning you are going to give. Initial learning you are going to give, then it is going to train itself. So what they have done is, just like the way our nervous system works, they have given artificial neurons, another way of really looking at using both the software and hardware. And interestingly, that is at the cutting edge. We'll see later at some of the examples. Then there is something known as reinforced learning also. Computer, like you're playing a game, if there is a positive outcome, you do it. If there is a negative outcome, you don't do it. So over a period of time, you learn what to do and what not to do. Same thing, the computer agent also tries to learn from what to do from positive experiences, what not to do from negative experiences. Now let us come to generative AI, right? This is shaking up right now when you're talking about generative AI. Remember, generative AI is only one form of artificial intelligence. There are many types of AI that are there. In fact, there are, broadly speaking, your generative AI your AI can be called as narrow intelligence and general intelligence. Narrow intelligence means if I train a machine to drive a car, it will only drive a car. It will not do other things. But as a person, what can you do? You can do multiple things. That is general intelligence. As of now, we don't have general intelligence. Narrow intelligence. You train a machine for a specific task, it is good at doing that particular task. So that is narrow intelligence versus general intelligence. But in this case, we use something called as generative intelligence. So when you are talking about this generative intelligence, you have something called as a large language model. Nothing to worry about it. So what is Gen AI? When you are talking about generative AI, it generates content. What is that? Content could be text, it could be numeric, it could be a picture, it could be a video, it could be XYZ. It generates content. That's the reason why it is known as generative AI. And which is a tool all of us are popular with? Okay, one is ChatGPT. Of course, Gemini is there. Like that, you keep on looking. Midjourney is there. There are different types of platforms that are there. It is quite interesting. Audio, text, images, video, anything and everything is getting generated here. Now, what is the total meaning of ChatGPT? Chart-based generative pre-trained transformer. Don't worry about it. First thing, let us see. What is generative? You ask a question, it generates a response. That is generative. Generates content. Generates content. Ask a question, it gives. How does it? It is trained in advance on large amount of written material. How is it able to answer it? Is they trained this with the entire data on the internet. Billions of parameters. That's why they are called as large language models. What they have done is entire data, whatever is available. I don't know if you have gone through. In OpenAI, Satya Nadella the other day was saying, Microsoft invested $1 billion, which is now worth of around $32 billion. So when he was putting $1 billion, 1 billion, imagine, it's not a small deal. Bill Gates was telling him, you are burning that, you are losing $1 billion. A lot of funding is required because to train with the entire information on the internet, you are talking about a model, they are able to train on the entire information which is available on the internet. Now, what is it doing? You can basically ask it a question. It can process sentences differently. Now, what is the small analogy to this? I'll just give you a small example. The analogy is like this. In your phone, when you're typing a word, is it guessing the next word? It gives 2 or 3 words. Now, in this case, it is much more sophisticated. You ask a question, it is guessing the answer. It is not a thinking machine. Just like the way, it is not a thinking machine. Please look at this. It is not exactly like a thinking machine. It has been trained with billions of parameters of data. It has it. Okay, looking at your question, what is happening here? You have pre-trained it. It can process sentences differently than other types of models. That is a transformation. That means, like a human being, it is basically looking at getting into understanding the context and then the question asked and giving an answer. That's how basically they are able to achieve this. Are you clear with this? Okay. These are some of the common applications. You might have seen websites these days when you go, you find a chatbot, you ask it a question, it is going to give you a response kind of thing. That became very common. Making recommendations, ride-sharing applications. Many are there, including your OTTs, driverless cars, any. Now let us get to how this is possible. The other part of it is we will not get into the details, but how it is possible. First thing is, how does a computer work? We are not interested in generating a chip, but we know that a computer has got some kind of a mind, right? So the best part is you have something called as a central processing unit, which is essentially the active brain of the computer. Even if you look at our children's textbook, they say that You have something as an input, then there is a CPU, then there is an output. So this CPU is like a brain. Now what happens here inside the CPU? Let us see. Now if you look at the microprocessor, the CPU, the main thing in the CPU is what is known as a microprocessor, is the physical implementation of that unit on a single silicon chip. So again, if I need to understand how to make that chip, 4 years we need to do electronics engineering or computer science engineering. Need not, but then let us understand that this is the physical implementation of that unit on a single silicon chip. So it is like this. Now you see this best part. CPU is like a smart processor who solves complex problem carefully, one by one, CPU. Now you will see why we are calling it as a smart processor and who solves the complex problem one by one. So generally CPU, when you see all the computers have a CPU, it runs Windows, opens applications, hands, logic, blah, 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 it does it. But the game changing is with GPU. GPU stands for. So interestingly, this started with gaming. You see, any one of your great fans of gaming? Okay, you see, around 2001, 2002, I used to spend hours on gaming. It is like addiction, right? Now, simply when I'm looking at today's gaming, you need to take an online decision immediately. That means that your computer has to work very fast because you could be playing with another fellow, right? Not only that, even other applications are there, but originally built for gaming graphics. So the moment you talked about graphics, what is it handling? Images and video. Very simple. Graphic processing unit handles images and video. Performs thousands of small calculations at the same time, used heavily in AI and deep learning. Why we are talking about GPU? In AI and deep learning, you are going with GPU. CPU is not enough, right? So it performs thousands of small calculations. Now earlier, what is a CPU? CPU is like a professor who does one problem at a time, but does everything. Now what is a CPU? It is like 1,000 students involving solving simple math problems at the same time. You see this, you have now, instead of one professor, how many you are having? 1,000 students who are solving small problems, but they are doing it very fast because 1,000 students are there. Now, as you go further, now you can see this. Imagine you have 10,000 numbers to add. In the CPU, one person adds them one by one. In the GPU, 1,000 people each add 10 numbers at the same time. GPU finishes much faster because you have a lot of strength, that muscle power, in the sense, too many people are there with you, right? AI system, CPU manages the system, GPU does the heavy training. Now we have seen, when I gave an apple and a banana, the training part, right, that is handled by GPU, that is handled by the GPU. Now, RAM stores temporary data, we'll get into that. VRAM stores AI model, SSD is solid state drive, which stores data set. We'll come to that, but at the end of the day, CPU is smart decision maker, GPU is fast mouse calculator kind of thing. That means one professor versus 1,000 students, right? Now you can just spend a minute on this when you're talking about the differences that are there. Don't worry about it. We have already seen. You have thousands of small cores in a GPU, browsing internet, MS Excel, blah, blah, blah. You can use CPU. But when it comes to gaming, training, ChatGPT like model, space recognition, what is it you are using? Basically, you need to go with the GPU because CPU is not enough. It has not been designed for that. The simple idea is that it has not been designed for that. Now, again, you said that there are thousands of cores on the GPU, right? What does it mean? A core is like an individual processing unit inside a CPU or GPU. Think of core as a mini brain inside the processor. Now, your processor basically does the logic and everything. So, inside it, you are basically looking at the mini brain, what is called as a core. Now, again, the interesting part, there is a company, each employee is one core. What happens? More cores, when you have more cores, what happens? Your work gets done much more. So, if a CPU has 4 cores, 4 tasks can run at once. If it is having 8 cores, a core is like an employee, right? Now, again, you can see 12 to 16, 2 to 16, sorry, the variation is there. So, please look at a GPU. CPU, how many cores can you have? CPU, 2 to 16. GPU, hundreds and thousands. That's the main difference.
GPU is built entirely different. Now, interesting, what happened is they designed it for the gaming. But in AI, this faster calculations need to be made, multiple calculations. Simply they switched over into GPU because GPU has been built to handle that kind of a work. So instead of a CPU, they started using a GPU, right? We have already seen this, right? So you can really see 2 to 16 cores for a CPU. GPU can have hundreds to thousands of small cores that are available, right? Now, just you can see this. They are built for different purposes. CPU is complex decision making, sequential tasks one by one, powerful cores. GPU, it's like you said, you have 1,000 students. That means small calculations, but in huge numbers. So repeating calculations, parallel tasks, many small cores are there. This you can leave. You have already seen this. Why AI uses GPU more than CPU? This is more important for you. Because no one today asks you about a CPU, they'll start talking about a GPU. Why a GPU? So we have just now seen deep learning. What did we do in deep learning? We said there is a neural network, right? There are many lines that are drawn, lots of mathematical calculations are there, some kind of a transformation function is there. All this is taken care by the GPU. That's it. Matrix multiplication, large data calculations, repeating same math millions of times. Interesting. See, have you heard of NVIDIA company? NVIDIA, right? Please see later after you go back, what do these people do? What does Intel do versus what does NVIDIA do, right? So CPU can do this in parallel. GPU would do this in parallel, so it is faster. CPU would take much more longer time. Now RAM, do you need it? Any one of you? RAM, random access memory, it's a temporary memory, right? When you switch off the computer, it is gone. It is like this. Why I like this is, if you are looking at your cupboard storage is like hard disk storage. RAM is disk space. CPU is working person, right? Now, important features of RAM, you can see, power is off, RAM is gone. But at the same time, when you are looking at a solid state drive, what happens here is that is going to basically store it, right? Now, please look at the video RAM now, VRAM. Now, what comes to your mind when you are thinking of video? You are dealing with graphics, right? So, interesting perspective is that if RAM is for the CPU, VRAM is for, that's it, CPU, normal RAM. GPU deals with graphics. Therefore, you need, right, okay. So, why do you need a separate one? Very large images, huge number of calculations. It is dedicated, high bandwidth, blah, 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 whatever is there, that is there. This is our old HDD, if you remember, right? Most of you might have been in your school when you have done this, where there is a literally hard disk. If you have opened the computer CPU, you will find a hard disk inside, where there will be a disk that is spinning, and then there is a reader and a writer that physically interacts with it. That makes it slower. That makes it basically slower. That is the reason why we have gone for it. So there is a spinning metal disk, then a small arm reads and writes the data. It works mechanically like a CD player. That means it has to basically read and write onto that particular physical device. So interestingly, it can go up to 1 terabyte. HDD stores these large data sets cheaply. Data is moved from HDD to RAM, RAM to VRAM, VRAM to GPU. Now the sequence is clear, right? Initially, when you are looking at this, your HDD is there, from there RAM. From the RAM, if you are looking at AI part, it is getting to VRAM. From VRAM, it is getting into GPU. Okay. This again, you can see how many of you are already into SSDs. Most of you might be working. Instead of using the spinning hard disk, you go with a SSD, solid state drive. What is the benefit? There is no spinning, rotation and other things is there. It is very fast. It is entirely a different kind of an architecture that is there. So it is much more faster. No spinning disks, no moving parts. It uses flash memory like a pen drive. So data access is instant, almost instantaneous. So that means very fastly you can access this data. Now again, you look at why AI and SSD. If you really look at the larger data sets that are there, this will help in loading the data sets faster, install the AI software quickly, speed up the training as well as startup train. So as we go further, one more term called as cache. Okay, what is a cache? It is basically like a temporary memory that is there, which is placed nearer to the CPU part, right? So cache is a small ultra fast memory inside the processor. Frequently used stored data is there. frequently used instructions are there. So just please look at the analogy, that is more interesting. So where do you procure all your kitchen grocery from? Supermarket. That is your solid state drive. Full data is there, everything is there. So you purchase some things and kept them in the refrigerator. But then when you are cooking, every time you don't go to the refrigerator, you keep them nearby on the shelf. Your shelf is nothing but cache. That's why cache is very, very close to that core CPU. Can you see that particular diagram where CPU core is there, no? L1 cache, L2 cache, can you see that? Then comes L3 cache. You can just see here. What is L1 cache, what is L2 cache, what is L3? The closer to the core, the faster. Within caches again, the temporary memory, whatever is there, it is again closer or farther to that particular CPU, right? Now, your core is the worker, we have already seen. Cache is quick access memory for that worker. Earlier we said that more number of cores, how many cores a GPU can have? Thousands, right? For these thousands of these fellows, what is the brain? Cache. When you see this, that cache is quick access memory for that particular worker, right? So when you're training AI models to perform millions of calculations, cache keeps the important numbers ready. RAM stores the working data, VRAM stores the model data. If you have a graphic processing use, remember VRAM works along with CPU or GPU? GPU, right? Without cache, the processor would slow down a lot, right? Now, what are the things you have seen till now? Please tell me. CPU, GPU. Okay, now please look at the next scenario. This is a TPU, Tensor Processing Unit. It's a special processor built only for AI. A chip that has been built for AI. By whom? Google, right? So TPU stands for Tensor Processing Unit. So please see this. CPU is good at thinking, it's like your professor. GPU is good at doing many calculations. You have thousands of students who are doing small calculations. TPU built specifically to run AI mathematics extremely fast, because AI models started becoming very large. You have GPUs, excuse me. Okay, any question? Right? So your GPUs are powerful but consumed more energy. AI needed even faster matrix calculations. Later, if time permits, I will show you. 99% of the time it is matrix calculations only. It occurs in different format, but if you see the math part of it, like I told you, linear algebra, one of the backbones of AI. Calculus, vector calculus, another backbone of AI. Then comes your probability and statistics. These three combinations you keep on moving, especially when you are looking at making use of AI. So what happened here? Tensors are built only for AI, right? Now, if you look at again, what does a tensor mean? This is interesting. Just now I said all the calculations are related to what? Matrix calculations. Now, tensor is nothing but a matrix, but a complex matrix. A tensor is a table of numbers, like Excel sheet with rows and columns, but it doesn't stop there. You can have tensors getting into three-dimensional, if required, exploding into other dimensions also. Am I clear with this? If you see that matrix, all of you know matrix, right? But then if you go further, what is happening is, it is getting into the third dimension where you talk about a data cube, right? So what is happening here is the complexity of the calculations is increasing. Therefore, your TPU has come into the picture. We are looking at tensor from the context of tensor processing unit, CPU, GPU, TPU. Okay, you find interesting scenarios now. You see this, some of the tensor representations, vectors, sequences, images, videos, interesting scenarios. See, if you are basically looking at the way data is handled, what is happening here is, the kind of technologies that were there earlier were not suitable for the data handling, especially in the context of AI. Therefore, what you are doing is, specially for performing AI mathematical calculations, you went with what is known as the TPU. Okay, so you can just spend a minute here. CPU, right from starting we said, the professor solving complex problems one by one. GPU, okay, what is the TPU? Just for calculations, tabular calculations. runs very fast, built for that only, Okay. Now, one more thing, NPU, Neural Processing Unit, NPU, Neural Processing Unit. Please go through that and make a comment. All of us are having NPUs in our smartphones. What a smartphone is doing is amazing. Interestingly, why not a tensor? Just now we talked about a tensor. Why you should go for an NPU? It's a small processor designed to run AI tasks on devices like smartphones and laptops. You see, we started carrying small devices. For this, your earlier tensor chip may not be suitable. Therefore, what did they do is, they went with what is called as an NPU. So you can just see your tablets, smart cameras, everywhere. What is the processing unit there? Neural processing unit. That is your NPU. Why NPU? Just see, I asked you a question, how many of you open your phone with your face, right? So that is possible because of NPU, face recognition. Can you dictate something onto your Google or Siri? That is where your voice assistant is there. Today, can you basically take a picture and enhance it using AI? In fact, you don't know which is a real picture and which is a picture where AI has been used. Your camera enhancement, real-time translation, quite interesting. Today, it is a reality. See, the other day, someone purchased an electronic device, and then the manual that came with it is showing in some Korean language. You just went into Google and said that translate from, possibly guessing, from this language to this, your entire content has been translated. What is behind this? NPU. Smaller devices, they need not have a tensor flow, but they can still do the work using what is called as an NPU. So, need to run directly on the device, NPU makes this possible. We'll see this interesting. So, take a photo, what is AI doing? Today, if your lighting is not good, your AI does it. Or after taking a picture, if you want to remove someone whom you don't like, it makes the picture as if you have taken the picture without that fellow also. You can remove whoever you don't. If you want to add someone, it does that also. Be careful about it, right? So, hey Siri, we have just seen, unlock the phone with the face, right? So, GPU uses more battery, GPU generates more heat, GPU overkills for small AI tasks. So, better you go with NPU, energy efficient, optimized for small AI models, and perfect for mobile kind of devices, right? Now, this is exactly where I started. If you really see the teachable machine website which I started, right? Pardon? Apples and bananas. Green apple also we have seen, right? And then, but in spite of not getting trained, that was able to still say that 80% of the chances are that it could be a apple. Quite interesting. See, interesting things are, you look at the shape of the banana, you look at the shape of the apple. In fact, I don't know if any one of your all commerce know, there is a Bayes theorem that talks about conditional probability. Given that something is round, what are the chances that it's a banana? Conditional probability is I'll give you information. Given that a fruit is round, what are the chances that it's a banana? Come on, very less. Any one of you have seen spherical bananas? So what it does is it uses all this logic. Maybe the pixels, whatever you have given, it will go with using these algorithms, because back-end algorithm we did not really discuss, but then we have very clearly seen as to how you give the input, the training occurred. Now you see this, quite interesting. Can you see something called as epoch, batch size, learning rate? These are the hyperparameters, especially when you look at what is known as the learning rate. What is happening here is, don't worry about this. We are not interested at this point of time to get into this, but generally speaking, what it does, epoch, just if it is possible, try to read this. One epoch means that each and every sample in the training dataset has been fed through the training model at least once. How many epochs it has taken? 50. Each example, 50 times it said that this is an apple, this is an apple, this is an apple. Then can you see a group of apples? That picture again it has taken, said that this is an apple, because you said that these labels you have given it as apple. Similarly, it did for each of these bananas. Now, every time when you are doing, you look at the other scenario, what is known as the batch size. A batch size is a set of samples used in one iteration for training. so that it replicates it into 16 times. That's how it basically learns. Okay, consistently what are the patterns that are there, and once these patterns are there, it will try to basically give you the output. That's the reason why, again, if you see, not only this, if you just go back, you see this. If you are looking at this as well as this, you can really see how this machine is able to give you. Now you see this, now you can understand this better. When you entered the room, I was playing this in the background. Please see, what is it saying? You see this. Now, clap versus snap, snap, clap. You can train. You clap, it will record. You snap, it will record. Next time, when you make a sound, it will tell whether it is snap or a clap. Next thing you see, tree versus wings kind of a scenario. Please see that, right? As the posture is changing, how the output is changing, because it has been trained like that, right? Sorter, again, you can see one more scenario that is there, right? So just you can start playing around. Me plus dog. Again, you see this, right? Person, dog. Then guitar is the other one. Thing is, now things are simple for you. In fact, AI helps you in terms of learning AI also. If you look at some of the concepts I have used here, okay, if I need to explain, say for example, we have an MBA in business analytics where we teach the other part also, because we had to learn it and go for it. Now, if I need to, no problem, sir. No. What time is their lunch? 1:30. I have 2 minutes more, right? In a way, it is like a alarm, right? So the interesting thing is, you use a tool. Say that don't blindly go with the tool. Explain this concept for a person who doesn't have mathematical background. It gives something. What are your sources? From which sources you have given this to me? Go to the sources. You need not see, if I blindly copy it, I don't learn anything. The interesting part is when I'm taking the help of it as a tool, and then say that given this context, how can I better explain it to someone who doesn't have a mathematical background? Say for example, tomorrow, maybe next cohort batch, we have social sciences people. You see, at least for you, commerce part of it, understood. Commerce and management. Social sciences, it becomes even more difficult because their entire perspective of looking at AI is completely from a different angle, right? So from here, as we slowly try to conclude this session, let me accelerate a bit. You have seen this. This is what is known as a teachable machine. You can train AI to recognize images, recognize sounds, recognize body poses, all directly from your browser. You can do this. Okay. We have done this. You don't need this. What is the difference between this picture and this picture? Standing versus squatting. That is it, right? Now, the second tool is Google AutoML, platform that allows you to build AI models without writing. Please see, you don't need coding. Coding, they'll take care of it. You just give it what is the task that you need to have. Designed for businesses, startups, analysts, product teams. It runs on Google Cloud. Google Cloud means all the processing doesn't happen on my computer. It happens basically on the servers of Google, right? Your computing power need not be spent on that. Okay. Similarly, you can see this. This is a use case that is there. You can see it is like this today. If you look at all of you look at Google, this Amazon reviews. Entire review will be summarized by AI and gives you one review. These are the areas where people felt it is good, but these are the areas where it is felt bad. Earlier you had to read. You can't read 1,000 reviews. But your AI can summarize it. Quite interesting. Similarly, your Google infrastructure. What is the infrastructure we have already seen? CPUs, GPUs, TPUs, NPUs, right? All these, they become the backdrop, how it is being done, right? Next platform is H2O.ai. It helps business build AI and machine learning models using low code, no code. Two things. Low code means little bit of code. No code is zero code. So low code, no code is comfortable for us. You need not worry about this. Similarly, you have other platforms. When you are talking about Orange, Orange, of course, you know, is a Ram Charan movie, right? So you'll have a lot of oranges all these 5 days, because almost for every exercise for you, they have given Orange. You just log on to this Orange AI platform and then see It is also again like a no code, low code, free open source drag and drop tool. Maybe in some other class when we actually meet, we are also going to look at that. Okay, this is one of the examples that is there. Don't worry about that complexity. Similarly, 9 is there. It is about data analytics and a workflow, but it is used for companies, research labs, and industry projects. Means it is more powerful. Earlier ones are just for our learning. This is a little bit more powerful. Veka is a old software, but still it is a good one without much complexity. It helps simpler interface, but is more academic, right? If you have to teach something, but this is a little bit older now, you need not worry. See, coding part, let me tell you, if you don't know coding, go to ChatGPT will write the code. Need not worry. It is not about getting the coding skills. Coding skills are entirely different. In fact, today the discussion is whether coders will have jobs or not. That's not the question. Your job is you're training the next generation, and AI is coming. How you can integrate AI in your own syllabus, where you get the benefit of the AI, as well as you prepare for the next generation in terms of living in a world that is dominated by AI, right? One more thing is rapid miner, right? Low code AI and data science platform. Low code AI means what? Some level of coding you need to have, right? These are the comparative analysis that are there. We can go through it. Last concept is edge AI. Edge AI. So why it is edge, if you know, we can stop the class. Why it is known as the edge AI? See, edge AI is in the device itself, the computation, everything happens. At the end of the day, your AI has to work with the device. One way is the device sends the data to the cloud, analysis occurs there, comes back. But in this case, when you're talking about AI, what is happening? Processing happens locally in the device itself. So you don't need to be connected on internet. There's no need to be, your chip itself is built inside, right? Cloud AI data goes to server, processed and sent back. Edge AI data processed instantly. So where do you use it? Smartphones, CCTV cameras, smart TVs, everything is smart today, no? Right? You can just see this smart refrigerator, smart LED bulbs, smart microwave oven, right? Smart surveillance cameras, detecting human versus animal versus vehicle. Very important application, right? Again, you look at faster with threat detection, lower bandwidth usage, better privacy, smart cars. Again, you can see this smart scooters, right? Within milliseconds, you need to take a decision. I'll just give you a small example. All of you might have seen Chandrayaan, the landing. Now, the problem they had was if they have to control Chandrayaan from the ground, what is the issue? So, your signal goes, it takes the signal, gives the feedback. In the time between, what happens, you don't know. So, it is a built-in again. In a way, if you can say it is edge AI, it has its own AI. It keeps on doing and keeps on, okay, whatever the image you are getting is maybe 1 minute or 30 seconds you're lagging, but then it is able to work on itself. Because if you try to control here, when you give a signal, when it goes there, when it gets applied, this is not possible. Now, something similar here where you are looking at milliseconds matter, delays cause accidents. Local AI ensures instant reaction. Similarly, you can see this, okay. అందరూ హైదరాబాద్ నుంచి వెళ్ళేటప్పుడు ఏమైనా కొనుక్కొని వెళ్ళండి. ఓకే, మీరు ఇంటికి పట్టుకెళ్ళండి, మీరు కొనుక్కొని వెళ్ళి వాళ్ళని బిల్ కట్టమనండి. ఓకే, లంచ్కి వెళ్దామా? థ్యాంక్ యూ. థ్యాంక్ యూ. థ్యాంక్ యూ. మీరందరూ కోఆపరేట్ చేస్తారు. యాక్చువల్లీ ఐ థాట్ దట్ దిస్ నాట్ పాసిబుల్. ఐ వాస్ టెలింగ్ లోకన్ దట్ ఆల్మోస్ట్ 12:15, 12:30 అయిందా మీరు ఆ వడలో తినేసరికి, రైట్? రైట్, ఏమండి మీకు ఓపెన్ అని ఇచ్చినవన్నీ ఫ్రీ టూల్స్ అనండి. సే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మనం ఫస్ట్ చేసాం అది ఓపెన్, దే డోంట్ ఛార్జ్. H2O.A దే డోంట్ ఛార్జ్, రైట్? మీకు జస్ట్ చూస్తే ఆల్మోస్ట్ ఇంక్లూడింగ్ ఆరెంజ్ దే డోంట్ ఛార్జ్. ఓపెన్ సోర్స్, ఓపెన్ సోర్స్. మీకు పవర్ఫుల్ కావాలంటే ఆర్ అండ్ పైథాన్, అవి కూడా ఓపెన్ సోర్స్. మీకు పవర్ఫుల్ అంటే ఇది ఎక్స్ట్రీమ్ లెవెల్లో చేయాలనుకుంటే పైథాన్ ఆర్ వాళ్ళు కూడా ₹1 తీసుకోరు మన టీచర్స్. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ అండి. Okay, what is the topic? Okay, fine.
called vibe coding. And this one that you just now mentioned, like copying
Right, right.
and making it work on other apps.
Yeah, we can. But the only thing is separately we'll see, because in this case we are specifically instructed that don't get into the coding part. Okay, because the whole idea of state council was not to discourage. See, as you realize more, it is like slowly we get used to it. Till you realize it is like some different entity. Slowly as we come to it, you can also, what is the feasible AI, even fragment. What you do is, you don't give any pictures from the internet. You give your own faces or your team, and then see whether it is helpful recognition. That's the right. Right. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much for kind words. Our PhD scholars are also fantastic. All of them are very eager to learn and engage in academic activities. Our academic culture is quite good, and whatever happen in top-notch institute of the country, we are engaged in some of those activities. So welcome to the University of Hyderabad again. We know that the understanding and engagement in artificial intelligence related lectures and lab things is very helpful to you, and you can use these things in your classroom, practical life, research and other. So I hope all the systems internet is working. Not working. Okay, does not matter. Not also there are URLs available in this PPT, and you make sure that the PPT everybody got. I will share with you. Because last session also same problem happened, so that we could not demonstrate it one by one. But by tomorrow, I think this glitch will be solved. There are some authentication issues that is in. So let me ask you few questions. The previous batch was life sciences, but you are commerce and management related subjects. So in commerce and management subjects also a lot of research happening in artificial intelligence. All of you know that all the investments and other things are happening based upon the ideas of what is that artificial intelligence. In fact, nowadays with some sort of knowledge and some sort of research with advanced data analytics tools, even a graduate student can make good decision for investment. Though I am not suggesting, or as a teacher you may not be suggesting things, expertise, advice, but at least what is right, what is wrong, we can know. Whether things are happening in the right way or not, that can also be find out. So let me ask you one question. All of you know that vaccine was a big hit during COVID time. And it was developed in a record time of 6 months. You all know this, that Covaxin, Covishield and so many vaccines in the world developed. And in India also we are not one step behind. Though we are not a developed country, we still get the know-how, technology and other things like developed country. It was possible mostly due to what? Use of artificial intelligence and machine learning, neural network and other things. Usually the owner of Covaxin, that is the Bharat Biotech, Krishna Illa, what he do exactly? He is in vaccine making business last many years, 20 years, 15-20 years in Genome Valley in Hyderabad. In the very city you are there. He established his center before 20 years, 15-20 years before, and he was doing a lot of activities, platforms, technology related to vaccine development. Usually in normal time, vaccine development happen or it takes almost maybe 5 to 7 years. All phases of clinical trial and other things, if you do in a lab base or say it in a community setting, it will take almost 5 to 7 years. But this was possible because he was engaged in these activities. The platform is ready, the technology is ready. So government also give special and extraordinary permission to use these technologies and give this data or publish this data. Publish this data, then the things are accepted wholly. Getting my point? So the role of AI during COVID is amazing. Even countries like China and also in India, the tracking and the capacity we use and how much people are falling ill and other things, all these things also on during COVID time. In fact, if we go back 20 years before, the artificial intelligence and its use was quite less, very minimal. Why it was very minimal before 20 years? The AI was invented around 50 years before or like that. But still then before 20 years or 15 years, why? Okay. Am I audible now? Okay. So, why before 20 years these problems do happen? Why? बैटरी खत्म हो गया क्या? Yeah, now audible? Okay. Why before 20 years things were not that high, so far the AI related things is available? Tell me. Fast computers in those days. In fact, fast computers are available maybe by 2005 or like that. But still the challenges remain. Why?
All the computers that were there in those times were based on CPU.
CPU,
These days we have access to computers that were with GPU.
right? Yeah. Maybe the technology is bit little outdated, but that does not matter much. That does not matter much. The only thing is that there was a time when every database and repository, people put passwords. Very much right? In population, health related database, your finance related database, everywhere things are kept in a password protected thing. So without data, does AI work in a fantastic way? Yeah. So is it is it possible that without yeah, so is it possible AI can function well without database or data streaming? No. For to get good result out of it, we must have a huge amount of data and structured data. Unstructured data also can be used for certain purpose. Suppose a diagnostic lab want to get new insight about disease diagnostic. Is it possible one hospital data can help in better diagnosis or research? Definitely no. They need at least 20 good quality hospitals where good quality data is available. If it is 200, then the accuracy will be more than 90% or 95% or 99%. The more is the data, the more merrier. Okay, so that is how the AI is helping, and all these repositories where data are kept and are used for the benefit of society have to be enquired properly, and anybody can use it. If it is publicly funded data, then it will be available to public. If it is private funded data, then they may be available, but we have to pay some amount. Are you all agreeing? We have to pay some amount. You know that the commerce firms, especially chartered accountant and their firms, they do certain research. Some of them publicly post in Facebook or Instagram. Some of them say that if you give us maybe 1.1% of your investment, total investment, then we will give you certain idea. So it's a hiring of top-notch data services. Are you all agreeing with it? It is nothing but hiring of top-notch data services. Bloomberg maintained database. All of you know CMI database is there. Those terminals are available everywhere. Even in our university, ISB, even some of the terminals are some of the database you can access in your mobile. India Stat, some basic features, but advanced feature you have to pay. If it is publicly funded data, then no payment is there. It's as good as free. Okay, how these students will use this data to get new insight, to do their projects, to do different type of research, it is a matter of big concern. Our job is to show them those database, give them certain idea, demonstrate certain things, then they will carry forward for new insights. That is our job. Beyond this, we cannot think of many things. Suppose there are 5 students, we have to mentor. We have to give 5 different databases. Our students are also there, MBA student, then undergraduate student are there. So what we do, we just give them the URL of the website or ask them to Google it and see what are the factors, what are the variables, how are the things happening database, and tell us that which investment is good or which decision will be better. Data driven decision making. We call it evidence based decision making also in medicine, in commerce, in agriculture. Everywhere evidence is required. Without evidence, what happened earlier days, in olden days, many of the medicines just discovered by what? Accident. You know that penicillin was discovered accidentally because Alexander Fleming and his friends doing some experiment with this thing, then they put some antibiotic, then it worked. After a couple of days, they see that the petri dish have cleared all those bacteria or virus or whatever things. Okay, so it was accident. Many of the inventions and discoveries in physics, sciences and different things happen imponderabilia. They use one word called imponderabilia. And you know, Archimedes also accidentally he discovered that Archimedes Eureka. Yeah. So he accidentally things were discovered. No doubt some background work they have done. I am not saying that it is fully accidentally, but some background work. But nowadays, most of the discoveries will be on data driven discoveries. Okay, are you all agreeing with it? Now we have data. We are no more believing even somebody who has big degrees, big experience. We are not believing on them. We are believing more on data sets. What data set is saying? What is the predictive analytics? What is your diagnostic analysis? What is prescriptive analysis if there is a policy prescription? Suppose you want to suggest your client. Suppose you are a chartered firm. You want to suggest your client. Can you just say that I have 15 years of experience and market will behave like this next 5 years? You will not believe. Your client will not believe you also. They are also smart enough. And as a chartered accountant, it's not your 15-year experience that matters a lot. You have to see, is India's economy growing? There are 10 more factors. If those 10 more factors give new insight, then you can put a decision in favor of certain things. Okay, for a doctor also same thing. No more doctors say that I have experience and I diagnose it is a cardiac disease or it is a renal disease. What they do? Doctors basically rely on high level of diagnostic. They just see, and the high level of diagnostic was possible because of couple of reasons. One is data is there. Don't think that doctor is taking decision means he has studied all the radiological things or all the diagnostic related things. It's the pathologist, the physicist, the chemist, the basic science principles. Those give evidences. Based upon this, he is diagnosing things. And it's humanly also not possible. We will do everything. Getting my point? So our students, suppose in agriculture, students have to do one project for agricultural product marketing or any sort of oil and seed marketing. Nowadays, you know, tomato and what is that, banana, farmers are facing crisis. So based upon what they can tell something which will help the farmers. So how they will position or initiate the farming. Farming usually take 3 months. For any agriculture, on an average 3 months is required for a crop. So when they will put this crop so that the prices will be stabilized throughout year. Getting my point? Because they are investing a lot, their own labor. Nowadays agriculture is not like olden days. Now agriculture is also a industry agriculture. There are people, they are doing agriculture in 20 acres of land, 30 acres of land, maybe 10 lakh, 15 lakh they are spending on labor, on seed, on different thing. So a failure of this thing or a market crash in this for them is a big disaster. Get my point? So they have to consult not just agriculture scientists, but data analytics also. How last 5-year market behaved? Can it behave in the similar way next 2 years? If yes, then at what time what should be there? What should be produced? Getting my point? So all these things, including your weather pattern. Weather patterns are also forecasted in a similar way. So this data repositories, what they exactly do, they help us in gathering new insight. Why data matters in AI? As I told, once I talked with a CEO of a pharma company, we say that how AI is helping. It's just 7-8 years before I talk with her. How AI is helping for you. You might be using AI for drug discovery, for different experimentation. How it is helping? She said that AI is helping in a big way because earlier we depend on traditional data set and other thing. More the data, better the output of AI and better will be the drug discovery. Okay. Faster will be the discovery process. Because to discover a drug also and make it, bring it into market, it take long time, maybe 7-8 years. But now this can be done within 3 to 4 years, because there are different phases. Animal trial will happen, then laboratory trial, animal trial, then human trial, then community trial. So many trials it has to pass. But all those things, if data is there, you can go in right direction. Instead of doing in a hit and a trial method, your focus will be one and the error will be minimized. So these data bases are required for that. Data is the foundation of artificial intelligence and machine learning. Coming to my first question here. Earlier, the AI was there, but data was not available in a streamed manner. Last 7-8 years, these things are available in a bigger way. Quality of data, AI models depend on data availability. Now, people are opening their databases. Even when we publish a paper, we find that a Excel file is there or CVS file is there, in which data are also available. Okay. So, availability of data. Quality of data is also increased. Let me ask you a very fundamental question. How is the quality of data in India? I am just giving you 3 options. Very high standard, medium standard, low standard. Low standard or low availability? This question is overall. I am not saying we don't have a very high standard data set in life sciences, in pharma research. Very high standard data sets are there. Otherwise, these vaccines will be rejected. So in some sector it is good, but in some sector it is very poor. Overall, India's data standard, if we compare with Western Europe or Scandinavian country, Australia, and also our Southeast Asian countries, how you rate India's data? Is it A grade, B grade or C grade? It is somewhat at middle. We have database, we have created DPI, digital public infrastructure, we have created, but it is of a medium quality. The data quality need to increase. Okay, if you go, I mean, it may be census data, it may be different survey data. Our data quality is a bit medium. I'm not saying low like Pakistan or Afghanistan. In some countries, data is not available. Okay, I'm an epidemiologist. I also studied on world level data sets by WHO data sets. I found that in some countries it's not available. India, it is available, but the quality is medium. It's not very low, it's not very high. We are at middle. So our job is to increase the data quality, because see, suppose this is 2026, we enter a wrong data. Do you know this wrong data will be there for 20 years? The researchers, policymaker will see this wrong data in 46 also. Get? Yeah. Once wrong data enter, it will be there for 20 years. Because it is authenticated by government, it is authenticated by somebody will publish their research paper or PhD. Suppose PhD once published, well, you can change. Getting my point? You can change. So once wrong things entered into the system means it will be there for next 20 years or more than that even. More than it will not impact, but next 15-20 years it will be there. In fact, the UN bodies and some of the international bodies also rate India's data as medium quality, not low or not high. Our job is to create good quality. If good quality data, we make it available, we get diversity. You can say that Andhra Pradesh has good quality data. Is it going to solve India's problem? Telangana's data is good. Kerala's data is good. You know, during COVID death, Indian government say that 3 lakh people died. Is it true? Just guess. Is it true? No. But somebody say that minimum 5 lakh. One study from Washington University say that it is 35 lakh. Which data is correct, God knows. Okay. So these are the, but there are certain countries, even certain states in India, their data is very authentic, like Goa, Kerala. Their data, they report many deaths, but they say that it is true, because there, without death certificate, you can't cremate the body. But in Uttar Pradesh, in some other state, you can throw the body to the river. You can just shallow digging and put the body, because in COVID time everybody fear, even disposing body was not that easy. Okay, so this is a big problem. Same also in our education system, in our agriculture, medical science. If you see, they are missing data and other things. If these things are not better, then we will face problems. So our job is to a good data set or a repository, give better data, more data, complex algorithms will be there, the accuracy will be fantastic. Then what is a data set? A data set is nothing but data set is a structured or unstructured collection of data used for training AI models, testing models, validation, analysis and research. This from this PPT you can see this is a data set in link for Indian data set. This is Kaggle data set. If you see these two data sets, you will find there are hundreds and thousands of data sets available because system is not working. Otherwise, you can see your student can do different project based upon this Kaggle data set, and good results will you will get. So here a public data set, public and private. Previously I told you, public data set is public data set, freely available. These data sets are freely available basically for undergrad students. These public data sets we should ask them to use, learn properly. Okay. Then open access. These data sets, there is no password protection is there. Then legal, reusable, accessible without special permission. No permission is required. Often licensed under open data license. Open data license, there is no harm in using those data, interpreting in your own way and moving ahead. Characteristic is open to student and researcher faculty, so that anybody can, that Kaggle database, India dataset, there are so many databases in India. To tell you few things, Reserve Bank of India have a huge database on India's, bank, also social and agricultural, any socio-economic parameter. Reserve Bank of India, don't think that it's only a central bank of India. It has a institute called IGIDR, Indira Gandhi Institute of Research or something like that. They do well, that is like a university, deemed university. Faculty are there. Okay. They create so many data relating to India's economy, socio-economic parameters. Why Reserve Bank is concerned about the education of people? Tell me. Yeah? They do monetary policy. Anything, education has an impact on monetary policy also. Education loan they have to give. Banks they have to direct banks to disburse education loan and different sort of thing. Okay, so many activities are there. Okay, they have also all agriculture related parameter, all your consumption related parameters, consumption related data, all sort of things are available with the Reserve Bank of India. CMI database, you know that it contains entire stock market and other sort of database. All of the commerce professor, you know that. Many of you asking your students to use this database. Fantastic database, but there is some restriction also. You have to pay certain things, then you download these things. But these things will not be big issue. If you go to some university like our university, or in Andhra Pradesh, there are 30-40 institutes. They purchase this database for their students and faculty to conduct research. So that is one. And health related data, that Ministry of Health have so many data. Even old age related data we will find Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. In Commerce Ministry, Commerce and Industry Ministry, they also host a lot of data on export and import. If you don't get anything, simply what I am doing now, any question come to my mind, I simply ask to Gemini, what is how big the Chinese economy, how big the American economy, anywhere any data is there, your AI learned models, actually apps, they are throwing not 100% accurate, but 80 to 90% accurate data they will give you. Okay, which is good to start with. Suppose we want to know the problem, we can ask a simple question to Gemini. It will give us at least one page data, 500, 600 words, detailed picture. The student should know how to use this AI. Otherwise, what happen? It's not about examination and passing, scoring mark. It's about starting a business, making an opinion. Getting my point? Making an opinion and how to interact with people, what decision to take. These will help our students in a big way. It's not about just examination and other thing. We may not test our student based upon these skills, these data set or data repository skills. But at the end of the day, they are very much well learned what to be done, how to be done, how to do and other things. Okay. So here these are public database. And characteristic is open to student, transparent, standardized format, well documented, reproducible research support. These data sets are like this: educational data set, public transport data set, census. Census, you know, census data will give a lot of insight. We can But unluckily, we have census getting delayed, but 2027 we will get full census data. Now, whatever census data we have, it is bit outdated. Getting my point? It is bit outdated. So, and healthcare related data will give you in a policy making sort of thing. Then private data set. There are government data set. Why private data set is also required? Because security, and also private people have invested. Data collection is not that easy. Many of our PhD scholars take 6 months to 1 year to collect primary data. Can they put it in public domain? They may put, but if they want to keep, they can keep. Okay, we encourage our students to make it public. But if it is required, it can be analyzed in different way, make it public. But it's their wish, because they have collected their supervisor and they take up and collect all. Private data bases are also required, because sensitive data, as your friends say, then some efforts, some money they have put also. So they make it private. But those who can pay, maybe nominal payment, and use those data, it will be good. We have life science laboratories are there. We have physics laboratories are there. So there what happen, you can take their data also, use their machines also, their equipments also, but you have to pay nominally. Maybe per hour or per day, 2000 rupee, 1000 rupee. Then you take the data, use it for research, use it for your startups, use it for your businesses, like that. Okay, so this private data is also a very good source of data. The one is, if you see, is owned by the organization and institutions, has restricted access. They don't put it in public domain. Those things are password protected. You have to pay few dollars to access those things. Require permission or authorization. Even some of the government organization I have seen, they don't charge any money, but you have to write a mail. Suppose International Institute of Population Studies is there. They have socioeconomic parameters, related data, raw data sets are there. You want to do research, or your student want to know certain issues on commerce and business relating to behavioral or investment or anything. You can write a mail, they will share with you. They will share the link, or sometimes they will send you the file in drives. Okay. Requires permission or authorization, often protected by confidentiality and privacy law. What is that privacy and confidentiality law? Tell me why. Yeah, intellectual property right is there. Yeah, research, there is protection is required, that confidentiality is required. I can't take your data, your name, phone number and everything, and I will put it in public domain. I can only put some parameters which can't affect your identity, can't affect your day-to-day life in public domain. Okay, and only be used for research purpose, not for defamation or making some derogatory opinions and other things. So that's why we will later on talk in detail those things. Characteristic is sensitive information, access control, legal and ethical constraint, then data protection compliance required, hospital patient record. Hospital, see, just I am telling you, the doctor send you for doing MRI or CT. Data is being created there. The MRI machine or CT machine is being made by whom? Philips, manufacturer. Philips, Hitachi, Philips, Siemens, GE, so many companies are there. They know how data to be created. They are companies who use fundamental principles of physics, chemistry, biology, mathematics, computer science, like that. All science related things they know. That's why they make the machine. The doctor say that you have these symptoms, then instead of X test, I am sending you for Y test. Okay. At the same time, the doctor is working in a hospital setup. The hospital has a owner also. Getting my point? The hospital has a owner. The patient, what happened when he go through MRI machine or CT machine, he create data. Tell me one thing, the data belongs to whom? The data belong to, still then the data belong to patient. Though he don't own the hospital, doctor, yeah? Doctors don't, patients don't own the hospital, patients don't make the machine. It has been debated. The data belongs to whom? Before 30-40 years, when HIPAA, the American Data Protection Act come, they say that whatever may be the situation, if patient is going, patient is the owner of the data. Hospital is the custodian of the data. So any data generated from patients have to be consented. So under consent only data can be generated. Getting my point? And that data have to be protected well. It can, doctor can use it to write prescription. He don't have any business to share the data with others. Getting my point? You have mobile phone. One of, in one conference, one speaker was arguing that what is data privacy? The mobile belong to me. The mobile company make this technology. I can click anybody's photograph. Is it right or wrong? I own the mobile. Mobile making company is somewhere else, Samsung, Apple or whatever. But why the people whose photograph I am taking, he has every right to say no? Tell me. There is a human angle to it, privacy angle to this. Getting my point? Then people can argue that the satellite is taking every data, which is, we are eating outside, the satellite that is there. That is allowed for certain purpose. But for public purpose, government is not supposed to trace you, where you are going, what you are doing, all those things. Even though we are in this home, in this room, people, I mean the satellites above 36,000 kilometer height, they can know that there is human beings are there. All this war technology, they know all these things. Even who is there exactly, they know precisely the technology. Even forget about America. Indian satellites can identify two objects with 1 meter difference. That sort of resolution satellite we have. But can we use it to Naxalite purpose? No. Supreme Court of India will say that we can't use this technology to trace the Naxalite activity. You can do it for terrorist activity. But within, they are our citizen. We have to also protect them, give them any sort of a human right, access. I mean, we have to protect their human right also. The state can't kill their own son and daughter. Getting my point? We have technology. Tomorrow, suppose Amit Shah and our defense, who is defense minister? Rajnath Singh. They both of them sit in a chamber and say that only 2,000 Naxals are there and they are making us trouble. They are killing 20 policemen. We will go and kill them. Tomorrow they can finish like what America do. They can do it, but they are not allowed to do it by Indian law. They are our son and daughter. If they are terrorists, they are allowed to do. Rajnath Singh, like Operation Sindoor, they will allow. So these are ethical issues in data sharing, data concerns, different sort of things. Okay. So these things are used for hospital patient record, banking transactions, then corporate customer data. These are private data. Banking data, the bank can do research. Okay. But bank can't sell the data to certain company and do business. You know, there is some ethical violation happen. Basically, if you go to malls especially, you give your phone number, they take your phone number, they also sell it to somebody. Next day you will get a call that, are you interested to buy this? Are you doing this? So how they are getting your phone number? Because they are doing unethical things. They are sharing your personal data with some party. Some party say that one data I will give you, PAN number and phone number. you give me 5 rupees. So they will share 500 data points, and 500 people will be bothered. So which is not good. It can be used in a different way. Importance of public data set in AI education. If you see this one, enables hands-on learning, then supports project-based education, then helps in research publication. Importance of these data sets and AI, they are doing this. Encourage student innovation, support reproducible research. So this is these are the huge importance of public data sets in AI education and research. Supports reproducible research. Then pedagogical value, real world problem exposure. If students are solving the problems, basically on red students, what they will get, real world problem they can solve. Suppose they have to help in their farming or agriculture. They have a data set of Ministry of Agriculture. How is the rainfall? What will be the rainfall pattern? What is the forecasting? What have been done? How was the pattern in last 5 years? Then they can help their father or their family members like that. Okay. Then practical skill development. Practical skill development also. They will have a capability to analyze and find out some of the real problems. AI model training experience. AI models, what happen? Nowadays, if you ask, any undergraduate student, are you using AI? Almost 50-60% are using AI apps. They may not be using things like computer scientists, but they are using AI related apps. AI for decision making, AI for consolidation of data, AI for different pattern tracing. Is it understandable to all? AI for different pattern tracing. So interdisciplinary learning is also happening. No more, according to our new education policy, what it say? It say that the streams have to be merged or multidimensional, or maybe 2-3 disciplines will come together and solve the problem. It's not an invention or discovery the new education policy done. Over a period of 50 years, scientists across the globe, they found that in one discipline, if work is happening, you may be strengthened, but not much problem will be solved. Fundamental challenges can be solved, or new inventions can happen, discoveries can happen, but most of the society related solutions will come in the interface of 2 disciplines. Getting my point? Suppose commerce. Commerce, what exactly it teach? It teach the bookkeeping and different sort of thing. But if it is merged with psychology, merged with say it management sciences, management theories, or merged with taken alongside operation research, then what happen? Bigger problem can be solved. So we must encourage our students to do research in a different disciplines, multidisciplinary research. Okay, let me tell you just one thing. Both the things are good, multidisciplinary and depth learning in one discipline. The what is that? The England system of teaching, that is the English system of teaching. In England, what happened? Great Britain, they teach their students in one discipline so strong that by the time they go to 10th class, they know each and everything of that discipline. And by reaching 12th, When they enroll in graduation, basically 4-year degree, there the degree is 4 year. So they know everything. They are master of everything. They will talk like professors in that discipline, but they don't know other thing at all. Getting my point? Suppose they study economics. In economics, they study and know each and everything. Very similar to a professor of maybe London School of Economics or Edinburgh University, like that. They will match with them, talk like them with certain things. But one is studying, they score also very high grades. It's not that only they talk and do things, they also score these things. To get admission in a certain discipline, they also need very high level of knowledge. In England, this is the principle. Whereas in US, the system is different. They usually learn a lot of things in their graduation or in their schools. Like with physics, they will study music. With chemistry, they will be studying philosophy. With commerce, they will be studying chemistry, which are very, very unrelated also. People think that you are studying, what is that? In Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, BPC people study, or mathematics and physics they study. Getting my point? So, multidisciplinary, but they study, they have one branch, engineering branch and medical branch, like that. Mostly your Narayana and Chaitanya or other regional school, whatever is there, this is the pattern. But they study everything. Even Steve Jobs, he did not, many of the American entrepreneurs, they have not completed their course, their graduation course. Most of them are college dropouts or not school dropout. School education is universal there. Government give it free. College dropout happen because of high fee and other sort of thing, maybe other causes. But they study almost all subjects. Okay, they will study very unrelated subject, and the breadth is more. In American system, the breadth is more. In British system, the depth is more. One subject, study like a professor of university. By the time they reach university, they themselves are professors. So what do? They do new research techniques, new projects of that. Even some of the undergraduate projects can be used like PhD thesis and applied in industry. Getting my point? Even to be very frank, some of the statistics books are written by BSc statistics, baccalaureate in statistics. Just they have a graduation degree and they write some of the fantastic textbooks. In India, to write a textbook, you have a PhD, this, that, then finally you write wrong thing. Okay, but there will be a lot of mistakes at the end of the day. But a bachelor, because they study so much, they within their bachelor degree, how bachelor student will study, what depth they need, what application they need, everything they will be putting the matter in that. Basically, our new education policy, what it say, we go for breadth. We usually are ruled by Britishers, so we have also done depth thing. Now we are changing to breadth. Student will study very unrelated subjects. Maybe today they will sit in classroom, tomorrow they will be found in football field. Okay, then next day they will be found in some industry, studying and learning something from there. So for all these things, we need these pedagogical values, data literacy and other things. We have to tell them where the data sets exactly. All these links I have given, if you click, you will find in detail all these things. Institutional benefits. Institutional benefit, you will get low cost AI infrastructure. Suppose you have this one. To set AI infrastructure, it costs lakhs of rupee. 5 lakh rupee you have to invest. But with data in cloud, with data sets available freely, what you will get? You can just hire certain cloud and certain things. Even freely available data sets are there. with minimal infrastructure, IT infrastructure, you can create, you can generate, you can take decisions based upon artificial intelligence. Low, just forget about having a desktop or a laptop. Your mobile phone itself is a IT infrastructure. Are you all agreeing or not? This mobile phone is a IT infrastructure. There is entertainment, there is decision making, there is confusion clearance. You can't, you can, yeah, this is your doctor, this is your investor, okay, this is your friend, everything. So, this type of artificial intelligence, if you use, then that will be low cost IT infrastructure. Because India needs low cost projects. If the cost of the project is very high, many of the people will say that it's beyond my budget. How many people are earning more than 1 lakh salary or 5 lakh salary or 50,000 plus salary? It's a problem. Maybe the southern states, the condition of people is bit better, much better. But in northern state, they are still struggling. For them, this low cost IT infrastructure is a big boost. Okay. No data collection burden is there because data sets are available readily. Most of you might have PhD in commerce and management. Those who have done data collection in field, how much time it takes, do you know? Minimum 8 months to 12 months. Okay, 6 months is the minimum to create a data set. But readily available data sets will help you in at low cost and low effort. And ethical compliance, what happened? You have, do you know, to collect data, you have to need, if it is a human being, you must take ethical, yeah? Consent, then anything else, consent is very good. Then anything else you need for data collection? Anybody? There is a ethics committee also. You have to get clearance from them. And that ethics committee will ask n number of questions. Why you want to collect? If it is a human subject and you have not taken ethics clearance, even though you publish the paper, publish the data set, tomorrow that platform may ask you, give us the ethical clearance, otherwise we will drop it. Recently I have received 2 mails, and many of the senior professors also get mails. Those papers have been published 3-4 years before, because journals are nowadays very strict. And also, if we are taking data from human being, we are not journalists, we are researchers. Our students also, they can take for study purpose, not for publishing purpose. For study purpose, if somebody is sharing data or giving details, they can take. But when you are publishing, it is a must. Getting my point? Human, just asking few questions to 100 people or 200 people, you need ethical clearance. Otherwise, it is not possible. Even though you publish, the journal will say that, give us this thing. And in backdate, you can't give. You have to take it before collection of data. Okay. Or if it is exempted also, not a thorough review done, you have to take the permission from the ethical committee that permission have been exempted for certain region. Okay. So curriculum integration, FDP training resources, all these things can be done in the classroom, and institution benefits are there. Role of a public data set depositories, centralize the access. Getting my point? All these things you find at one place. All this that Kaggle database, India Stat database, India database, you will get those things. Then standard formats are there. Standard formats, I mean, you don't have to worry about which one is essential or necessary or not. You don't have to worry much. Documentation, metadata. Metadata means somebody interpreted it in certain way. Then version control, licensing clarity. Whoever is given, they will tell that whether license or permission has been taken or not. What procedures have been followed, because those who create big database, suppose census of India, you all know that 3,000 crore have been kept aside to do census of India. So government of India taking the responsibility. Some big committee is taking the consent from government, stakeholders and other people, and they are making the format. So format they have to worry. Licensing, research reliability. Though we all know that. Hello. हाँ बोलो. हाँ. हाँ. No, 3:30, but it will go to 4. Ask them by 4 we will take. Huh? Who?
To invite.
Yeah. So, see here, licensing clarity, research reliability. We talk about the quality of data. So, if somebody is giving quality data, we can rely on it. CMI database, we all rely it. Forget about we, even top journals of Western part of the world also, American journals, European journals also trust it. But if you say that it is a primary data, sometimes they think that these Indians might have done some fudgy or certain things. But if it is CMI database, it is also verifiable, they will obey it. Pharmaceutical data, basically. Pharmaceutical data have been controlled by FDA, that Food and Drug Administration. So everything should be verifiable. Let me tell you another small thing. There is one Pakistan Nobel laureate, Mehboob Haq. He said that in India, Pakistan or in South Asian countries, we also do good work. But we are very bad in documentation. Getting my point? That's why the Western world never trusts us. There is trust issue. Because we don't document. We are collecting data from industry. But no doubt, we go to the CEO, we go to the officer, we ask, see their balance sheet, see their audited report and collect all this data. But we do not document those things. Take photograph and put it in one file. When we go, what date we go to them, all these things are not available. Why you go, in what way you go. We don't do video recording. Getting my point? So, due to all these things, they do not believe on us. They usually say that, no, you don't have done due diligence. So, centralized access, standard format, documentation. Documentation is very, very important. And metadata, version control, all these things we have to make sure happen. Then popular public dataset repository, Kaggle dataset. Kaggle dataset, this is a very good dataset. This is the link for it. You can open later, I will send the slides. Here you will find thousands of datasets are analyzed. Just it's such a simple and beautiful dataset. Datasets relating to economy, investment, healthcare, social care, agriculture, industry, every variety of student related research related activities are there. Even metadata are there. Many of the project data, they have put what has been done. What data visualization is there. Getting my point? This data set, Kaggle data set, give you many variety of data sets. Thousands of data sets are there. You can see and ask your students to bring new insight or what has been happening, they can tell. Kaggle. Purpose is data science learning, competition, data sets. Features is thousands of free data sets are there. Then real world problem data sets are there. We usually, when we do mathematics or some business related problem solving, we usually hypothesize things. Getting my point? But these data sets will give you actual problems, true story. Case study method of teaching, all of you know. In management science, case study method of teaching also happen. Yeah, case study method of teaching. Case study method of teaching say that the story should be true. We will not fake the story. The story should be true, and the outcome and business dilemmas, if we give to student, it will be real time problem solving. And in India, in institution like IIM Ahmedabad and many good business schools and commerce related institutions, this real world problem solving happen, so that when they go to the industry, those things will strike in their mind, and that will help them in taking good decisions, especially in business and commerce. So instead of some approximate data, if we ask them to solve real time data or real world data, it will be much more beneficial. Then ML competitions, notebooks and tutorials, community training, these are sort of things. Then use in teaching, the same thing. This link, if you use it for teaching, it will be of great value. Hugging Face data sets. See, AI and NLP, natural language processing data sets, then NLP data set, computer vision data sets, speech data sets, okay, deep learning, ready formats, speech data sets. See, in our university, there is a department called linguistic, hearing impairment, and some of the issues are there. So, those data relating to hearing impairment and voice recording and other things are also available. So those things will be used in making business plans and how to make your product attractive, how a front desk professional will talk or convince, or in negotiation table what things or what words are used, and in cross-cultural setting what sort of activities are done. All these things you will find these things. UCI machine learning repository, again academic machine learning database, classic ML datasets, clean datasets, benchmark dataset. What is benchmark dataset? Just guess. Benchmark, yeah? Copying. But we know that 5 industries are there, but one is benchmark. One may be doing very good, one may be doing average sort of thing, but we will take always on the best side, top 20% of the things. Suppose there are 50 hospitals, we will not take the quality of data and the stories of low rating hospitals. We will take top 5 hospitals or maybe top 25% hospitals. Then we will say that this data set is fairly good. There we will also find some problem is there. No data set is free from error, maybe very few. Okay, but the error should be limited to very less percent. Okay, very less percent. Then benchmark data set. Research grade data set is research grade data set is much more aggressive and much more accurate. Why? Because in research we are reporting to the world. We are not just to get a promotion or get some get some honor. We are publishing. We are publishing for what purpose? To tell the world what is science, what is the outcome of my experimentation or my study and other things. It's not just about getting a job or getting promotion or something else. It's a thing which we are telling to the world. We are a scientist, we have this outcome. Our students will also do that sort of thing. For learning, even though the data set is fake, learning will happen. When we are doing in classroom blackboard, you might be showing accounting sort of thing. You are not supposed to, though the company name is Tata, you may put your own words. There is nothing wrong. But if you are reporting it to a newspaper, or to a journal, or in a, learned audience, then the data have to be accurate. Do you know nowadays for research purpose using machine learning techniques, accurate human-like data sets are also being generated. Do you know or not? Fake data sets can be generated. There is an ethical angle to it. People say that for learning you can use it, but for research reporting you must not report it. Getting my point? Suppose in taking the data of 500 people of this, so suppose there are 5 behavioral things. How you like the service, how is the quality of the service, other things. For learning purpose, you can generate machine learning data sets. But for reporting to a journal, you should go to 500 people and collect the data. Are you all agreeing with me? That is called research grade data. Research grade data have to be ethical compliant. Not just it is accurate and true. It should be compliant with ethics, standards, and the research community standards. Research community standards. Otherwise, what will happen? Tomorrow, somebody else will produce some fake thing. You will be citing fake thing, producing fake thing, and in future, your future generation will also do wrong thing. Then, whose loss it is? Tell me. You may say that I got a job, I got a promotion, I got this, that. Whose loss it is? It is the loss of humanity. It's the loss of humanity. And you already know that on Indian nobody believe. Nobody means they believe us, but they don't believe us like their Western counterparts. Getting my point? So when we are doing research grade data, we must be very authentic. We may, instead of taking 1000 data, we can do it by taking 200. Does not matter. But it should be very, very authentic. Otherwise, our name and fame will go, and our decision making, our every other thing will be in stake. So research grade, algorithm testing are happening very rampantly with UCI dataset. Then Google data search. Google, you know, this is last, I think last 15-20 years, Google is in commanding position for different products. Okay, especially Google search engine. Google has almost 50-60 products which we are using very often. Okay, Gemini we are using, your Google search we are using, as a teacher we are using for PPT making, Google notebook we are using. So many things are there. So those things will help in big way. Dataset recovery engine, then search datasets globally. Let me tell you, Google give you data across world. Though you are searching in a village of certain part in Andhra Pradesh, you are not limited to that geography. You are getting the data inside and all sort of thing across the globe. So that sort of insight we are getting sitting at India also. We don't know always. You may think that is it always 100% true? Definitely no. If it is 80% true, also good. Don't think that the truth is 100% and in black and white. The society is sort of, there are shades of hue, shades of black, white and other things. Shades of grey are also there. That is also good enough to take decisions. Nothing will be in black and white. Don't think that the truth is in black and white. Sometimes we take decision consulting experts will be in loss also. My point? Even though evidence is there, where that 1%, 0.001% error, we don't know. You know that Ahmedabad flight accident. Even team after team, they are inquiring black box, this, that. They are not able to find out the accurate cause. Okay, whether it is human cause, whether it is software cause, whether it is something. They are all, who make the flight, all great scientists. Get my point? They are certified abroad. No flight is made in India. Okay, The flight is made either in, the engine is made, Rolls-Royce engine is made in England. Then flights are, other parts are made in France. Some parts are made in, so the great people have done this, but it failed. 250 people died. They also practice Six Sigma principle. Six Sigma, you know, that means maximum accuracy. 0.00001% error will be there. But still then that error will hit sometime. Okay. So basically in sciences like mathematics, the error percent is very low. 100% accuracy you will find. Like you add numbers or multiply or do division or do integration, certain things, except fuzzy logic. You will find 100% sort of thing. In sciences like physics, 0.001% error you will find. That gravity, the test you might have done. Although all those experimentation, if you do, every time you do, some 0.001% different readings will come. Even your height, if somebody measure, they can't say that it is this much. Okay, another expert will come, no, this is this much. Okay, so some 1 centimeter, 0.1 centimeter error will be there. That is acceptable in physics also. In chemistry, some 1%, 2% error is also acceptable. Okay, in biology, 20% error is acceptable. Okay, in biology basically, suppose we are taking medicine, 5 people for one disease, they are taking same medicine in same dose. 2 will be cured, another 2 will take another 2-3 days. Okay, the doctor you go, they will say that you will be cured within 2 days, but you will be suffering for 7 days. Okay, so he also don't know. Okay, thus the dose is given and when it will cure, what sort of, they also don't know. You go, the best doctor give 1,000 rupees as consultation. Another 2 days more you will suffer. Okay, so this is but we can say that he is fake because that is the error limit. 20-30% error limit is there. Many of the great surgeons in AIG hospital in Hyderabad, it use top-notch technology. But people are still dying, people are breaking their glass. All the buildings are glass. Okay, hospitals, they are throwing and breaking also. The politician, if they die, then their people will go and break. Okay, so social science, 30-40% error is acceptable. Getting my point? 30-40% type of error is acceptable. So as from pure science, mathematics to social science we are coming, the error percent will be more. So here also domain specific things are taken care of. So Google will give you maybe 90% accurate things. Don't expect more than that. Okay, search data set globally. Search, it will also search so many platforms. All of you know that Andhra Pradesh is going to be the data center of Google, that is Anakapalli. They have taken 500 acres of land. Yeah? Visakhapatnam. So, so they are establishing new office for new data, for new sort of things, because they want that whatever data is generated in this region, the Southeast Asian region, starting from your Vietnam, Cambodia to Pakistan, this region data will be basically stored in this database, and this database will be linked to their California database also. This will be the second largest center after United States. So they are doing, even Facebook is also going to establish their center. Everybody is interested in this project because the data and data sets are becoming very, very powerful. Cross-platform search, domain-based discovery, metadata-based indexing. So new insights it will also give. New insights it will also provide. Then use in teaching, the same thing. Students can be engaged in these things. Simple Google data sets, they can use. In fact, when we are studying MBA, many of you know that we simply search, and Google don't give also good information. There is one website called Wikipedia. Wikipedia you all know? Now it is upgraded and it's giving bit accurate sort of thing. During our time, even Wikipedia gave 30% wrong thing, 30-40% wrong thing, because anybody can edit there. Okay, that is the problem of Wikipedia. They have also improved. Now their error has gone low, but still then we learn from Wikipedia, because there is no textbook in certain concepts. Certain new concept, trust me, there is no textbook. And in the coming days also, the emerging innovative things, you will not get textbook. You will get only Google or this search platform, Gemini, Perplexity, all this advanced artificial intelligence will give you, and even professors don't know. And we have also limit, na? Every time we can't search very new things and know update things. So long we get our salary without knowing anything. But we also don't, learn books and attend conference. And those are also costly affair. It's not gaining knowledge and other thing is also costly affair, trust me. Okay. So, problem will be solved by this advanced analysis of data sets. Used in teaching, these things have to be done by students. Ethical and legal consideration, all of you know that these systems are very much becoming critical due to ethical and legal issues. Licensing compliance, proper citation, any database we use, we have to give citation. Where we get it, how, because why we give citation, tell me, just guess. Or credit, author's credit, or data set who created it, we have to give credit. Otherwise what happen? We are claiming it's our work. It will as good as like stealing. Okay, stealing in intellectual stealing. So if you are giving citation, it's not stealing. We are giving him credit and we are also credited. Getting my point? So somebody else will give credit to us. That is the fundamental thing. And by giving citation, we say that this is an authentic source. Getting my point? Authenticity of source. If something wrong happen, go and tell him. Sometimes like that. Ethically used, you know, Osama bin Laden was a seasoned engineer. He has property in the United States. Multi-millionaire baron. But he used his property, his knowledge, his teaching for destructive purpose. Getting my point? Are you all agreeing with it? Yes, there are many people use this thing for this purpose. We all are gentlemen or gentlewomen. So we always encourage our student, tell truth. You may be beaten very hard, but tell truth. So we have to be very ethical in using all those things. There is no need to cross the line. If some line is set by academics, some community group, your legal platform, we have to obey it. Privacy protection, private protection, already I told you that the privacy protection is being very difficult. In fact, the more the AI will use, the more privacy and ethical issues will be there. You know, the Aadhaar card. When Aadhaar project was UID, unique identification project was there. They are also very much worried that there will be breach of personal information. Even cases run in Supreme Court for 7 years, 10 years. Getting my point? Then government make huge changes in Aadhaar Act. They say that in no case you can declare or sell this data and make sure that you preserve this data. Otherwise the data belongs to whom? Though the technology is yours, the data is mine. Getting my point? You may have technology, but the data is mine. So Supreme Court say that you have to follow the privacy laws. You can't freely show these things. Responsible AI principles are there. There are different platforms. Those there you can get. Dataset licensing and use. Why dataset licensing matter? AI and dataset licensing using this thing. Key reality, not all public data is free to use without condition. Using datasets without understanding license, it will be a violation. Getting my point? We have to see what sort of licensing this data set is having. Legal violation may be there. Copyright infringement will happen. Okay. Institutional liability, research misconduct, ethical breach, academic penalty will be there. Academic penalty are also huge. It's not just about losing money or your job. It's about other things also, legal consequences. So we will use according to licensing sort of thing. I'm not making you frightened, but we will see what are those. A database licensing, who can use the data? Usually all these data links I have given, anybody can use without any problem. How the data to be used? For what purpose the data to be used? Because it is a double-edged sword and it go through a narrow passage. If you misuse it, then there will be lot of problem. You know who is doing these cyber frauds? Just to guess, who is doing all these cyber frauds? Engineers, good. Yeah, Nigeria. But these cyber frauds are also done by educated person. Okay, highly educated or and 10th class pass student also. Okay, what happened? There are suppose 20 unemployed 10th class students. They will give one mobile to 20. He will be the ringleader and ask them to make call, send this link for UPI and other things. So he will train these people, and whatever money come, they will divide among themselves. Okay, there are different rackets burst in Gurgaon. All are not highly educated. Some are pass also. They are fooling those who have crores of money. Getting my point? Because yeah. Yes. Those, these are very true, because they will be taught this thing by somebody and they will do it for 10 days. Then they throw the SIM. Nobody can trace them. Yeah. Ethically hacking. So they are doing. In fact, India is losing almost 2,400 crores money every year to fraud in UPI. It's not about 100, 200 or 1-2 crore. 2,400 crore. But still then UPI transaction is going on. And government is making awareness. Don't touch the link. Don't do this. Don't do that. But it's also a huge cost to the economy, to a lot of pressure to the cyber police. And in India, the number of cyber police is very less, very fewer. Okay. So this will also show you access right, who can access, user right. These all are in slide, you can see it. I will just show you this one. Just this slide, please see carefully. If this symbol is there, CC0, no restriction, it is in public domain. Okay, no restriction is there. You can use it, do your own, just give them some credit. No restriction. Then use allowed with attribution. Whatever things are there, you cannot change. Suppose they give a code name, you can change that. Or they give the variable name, you can change that. This is share alike required. Same thing you can share. Does not matter. You can discuss in class, share it in different things. CC by NC, non-commercial use. You can use it for teaching, learning purpose, but no commercial use. Okay, up to this, it is fine. CC by ND, no modification. You see something, you simply can't modify anything. You have to, you can use, still you can use it, but without modification. Same to same you have to show. Suppose you see a data set, you show it to your student, the same data set. You can delete 2-3 column and show it. So CC by NC. Then open data, common licensing, this link if you click, things will come. ODC by attribution required, open database license, public domain dedication. other things are also there. Then restricted license, proprietary license, see educational use only, restricted license, education use only, you can make commerce sort of thing, research use only, non-commercial use only, institutional access only, consent based use. You ask, they will give written consent, then you use it. Proprietary license owned by organization, suppose University of Hyderabad create a database, they own it. As I mentioned, International Institute of Population Studies in Mumbai, they collect certain data on reproductive and child health. They own this thing. They will give you to use it, but certain permission is required. Legal agreement required, often paid access, strict usage control, corporate data set, hospital data set, these things are there. Okay, so we'll stop here, and a few things are there relating to ethical things, because your next lecture will start and you have to also see. These things are, the PPT will give them. Huh? Okay, then any question if you have, please do ask. Anything relating to this subject or any sort of thing. See, what we will do, yeah, actually here the net is not working. That is the problem. Otherwise, all the links ha. Yeah. Ha.
Meanwhile, and exporting the data sets and how to use in the real life case and so that's more beneficial to us.
Yes, the actually data visualization tomorrow perhaps my another colleague will do all those things. Hands-on training they will do, but before that this problem is not getting sorted out. They will sort out. I will tell them so that data set practice will be there. That is see, this system opening you make sure. Otherwise, what happen? We are not able to demonstrate. Internet. Well, I will tell this. Don't worry. We will. No. This is a good suggestion. Even I have all these links. I instead of telling in detail, the links if we get, there are thousands of data sets. In this, you simply click and it will come. Yeah. So PPT will say. Yeah. So thank you all, and my chamber is in this floor only. You can come to me and meet in that side. Huh? Thank you very much.
Good evening. Yes, let me introduce myself. My name is K. Swaruprani, professor from School of Computer and Information Sciences, University of Hyderabad, the same institute. So, yes, it is really an indeed pleasure and really, I have seen in the other batches also, so many eminent personalities are there, senior faculty is there. Here also I can see a couple of candidates belongs to, I think you are so experienced, and really it is honor for me to deliver this session. So the topic for me to given as importance of data in building AI applications. I think you are all belongs to commerce discipline. Fine. So importance of I just want to divide in particular topic into three. First, I'll talk about the data. How is it related with AI, and some of the aspects of types of data, and where are we using and how are we going to use it. So this is an outline of the talk. If you see the schedule, they have given, these are the things more or less. The third, fourth, fifth point belongs to the same category, but I have divided into significance and classification, and some things further we will be looking into deep while we are proceeding. So as this is the topic, importance of data and AI, building AI. So think that in this lab, more or roughly some 15 candidates are present. 15 candidates are available. Okay, if I say 15, 1, 5, that is data. Data available are 15. If I say that 15 candidates belongs to commerce discipline, 15 candidates belongs to different private universities or government colleges, and 15 candidates came from all over, maybe from different parts of AP. If I say, I'm not telling only 15, I'm talking about 15 and some information. Okay, I have given some information to you. So that is information. Fine. Now I have a data. For that data, some information is also there. Now the people are confused with information and knowledge. From this information, how can I extract very important derived data so that will be helpful for my decision making. So ultimately, from the data, then with the help of the information, I have to come up with a knowledge. Then how do I do? That's the thing. So what I'll be talking about, like Professor Loknath Reddy, he said that you open some URL, you fill some data or something else. Okay, fine. From there, how can I get a knowledge? Means, for example, you may be feeling that maybe you are ad hoc position or you belongs to a permanent position, you are from government college, you are from private universities, and maybe in future want to work with the system or web interfaces. Okay, I think you are the right people. I can say that in colleges and schools earlier, they used to maintain some files, hard copy files. Now every university, every colleges are having some setup or a system, so that you have to enter some information. Okay, so suppose if those things are there, you have done something, then what I have to do, I need to extract. How am I extracting with this one? In future, if I want to float or if I want to initiate any faculty development program, what kind of response can I get? Can I get that information from this data? Yes. Okay, I can get that information. Means your interest from various parts of AP you have registered, and your like your parent institution is giving some permission. So I can say from overall, I can say that yes, in future also, not only to AP, throughout the country, if we launch, if we'll have this kind of program, maybe we can have maximum number of participants. So how do I get this information? This is a knowledge. How do I got this knowledge? It didn't get it from your directly. What I have done is I have done some analysis. I have done some, suppose all 15 belongs to the same university, same college. Then I can say that no, there is no response. Only one institute responded, other institute has not responded. Maybe our program is not visible to the others. So we have to advertise so that the other institutions also they will apply. So this kind of analysis I have done and reported. In the same way, that's what I just want to give you a glimpse of what is data, what is information, and what is knowledge. Okay, knowledge, we have to get it from the available resources. Fine. When we'll talk about an artificial intelligence, basically I work in the area of data science, big data and machine learning and AI related problems. Okay, so all my discoveries related to ML and AI, especially with the data science or a network science, whereas Facebook or social media, or some data we will try to capture and we'll do some analysis. So there are several definitions to this AI. Very well-known researchers has come up with various definitions. If you would like to capture this slide well enough, and there is Stott Russell, Nielsen, and father of AI, John McCarthy. So the first definition belongs to him, saying that it's the science and engineering of making intelligent machines, especially intelligent computer programs. Okay, there are several definitions from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ultimately, all the definitions, it talks about AI will be learning some patterns from data. Whatever I have come up with an example, I'm just trying to learn the patterns. Like all over AP, yes, most of them, they are interested to register for this program. Yes, how am I getting that information? From various colleges, from various universities. It is not meant for only one. So that will help me to predict in the sense that based on the present data, I'm trying to predict the future data. Every time, weather forecasting, it is predicting the next day climate or next hour climate. Okay, predicting it. Fine. So that predicting, and based on that predicting, we are trying to take some decisions in the sense that yes, next maybe tomorrow it's not good. Okay, what is happening right now? Where is the war going on? Iran. Okay, if someone knows all these things in advance 15 days before, most of our Indians, they would have been not traveled there. Okay, Most of Indians, they don't know, they traveled there because of sightseeing or whatever it is, like a personal trip. And now I think maybe it will take time to settle the things. Okay, so we are not having any data as of that 15 days time recently. So if there is something else, we can predict and we can take a decision. Okay. So it includes ML, deep learning, NLP, and NLP means natural language processing. Natural language processing. Deep learning, ML means machine learning. So machine learning, fine. How many of you played chess through system? Good, good enough. Okay. So after every move, the system is also making a move. And if you are not moving, the system is not moving. It is not taking any move. Okay. How is this developed? When you are attempting some action, then it is, after that one, some action is there. How is it? How it has been trained? How it has been trained? I think most of you in your, maybe at your home, you may be having like a robo for cleaning. Okay. If there is some obstacle, it either change the direction or it stops, or it stops. Okay. So how is it functioning? It is moving only. It is moving. If there is no obstacle, fine. If it is an obstacle, it is stopping. Not only the obstacle, if it is not having enough power, then also it stops. Your simple mobile also stops. In the same way, it is also stops. So how are we going to develop these things? How are we going to develop these things? So in order to understand these very, very good applications or the systems, I'll just ask you one question, that how many of you paying for an EMI? Everybody is paying? Everybody? Mostly. Okay. In general, in South India, everybody will be paying. Okay. Till lifelong. Till we'll reach to the retirement. That's obviously. Okay. So even we have 1 or 2 homes, no, we will not satisfy. Still we'll go. After one loan is complete, we'll go for the other loan. We'll keep on till before the retirement. Okay, not before the retirement, at least we'll try to have before 5 years of retirement. The reason is the bank person will be not allowed to give the loan. That was the reason, not ourselves. So here, whenever we are approaching to a bank, okay, the manager within seconds, the manager says that yes, you are eligible, you are not eligible. How? Only with CIBIL score? Income, repayment capacity, repayment, sources of income, age. Now CIBIL. Earlier there is no CIBIL. Okay. So the manager is asking few details, mostly your pay slips, in order to know your income, your bank statement, in order to know your behavior of the transactions. Okay. Whether you are paying from credit card or debit card, or are you having an average balance monthly at least, so that you can pay an EMI. So your age, and first and foremost is in which organization are you working for, what kind of organization that is. Okay, is it a permanent or a temporary? So all these things will be considered. Then with this information, maybe it is giving this information to the system. Immediately the system says that whether you are eligible or not. So how the system is giving that information, how the system knows that we are eligible or not eligible. The reason here is maybe the system has been trained with that kind of records. Okay, let me, just now I completed this life science session. Maybe it is not so difficult for me to think of an examples. There also I have used the same thing, something like, let me put it in this way. How many of, at your home, how many of you rely on maids? Everybody is relying on maids, isn't it? Some are no. You are doing yourself. You are having maids, no? In order to clean or basic things. Okay, fine. Suppose that particular person may be working in different houses. Will that person will perform the same activity in all the houses? You got my question? The same person for the same activity, will the person will do the same activity in the same way? Not possible. Okay. No, why? Why? Why?
There is a limitation for doing some tasks. Because the apparatus available is not more. Because of the size of the house, different factors will be there.
Okay. First and foremost is,
How much money they have to give given wages.
first and foremost is, who is giving the instructions? Okay. First time when you will hire the maid, then maybe you or your partner or somebody, they may be giving some instructions. Okay. Here in this group, I can see majority of the men, but female generally, even though they will pay less amount of money, they will instruct that you have to drag the chair and clean it. By the time 1 week after, you have to check for the other one. But they won't pay the higher side. So much means for every house the same activity, even the area is same, even though the instruction. So you are training the maid. How long you will train? For 1 week. For 1 week. Then later on what happens is, she or he will be getting habituated to that environment, and without guiding, they will do their activities. They will do their activities. Means they will come to know that where are the other rooms are there, whether to enter or not, what will be the boundaries, whether we need to cross the boundary or within the limit. Everything will be involved. Everything will be involved. Okay. So in that way, we have trained the person. Here also the same is the case. We are training the system with the available data. What is an available data? Available data which is a real data. Means with the different age groups, with the different incomes, with the different whatever the attributes, it could be anything. All the characteristics, it not be involved with one characteristics. So many characteristics are there, whether really that particular person paid the loan or not paid the loan. So the last class attribute we call as dependent attribute, dependent. Everything are independent. Last one only dependent. That one yes or no. With that information, which is a real information, with that real information, you are really distracting me with capturing number of photographs. Okay. So you are feeding that kind of data to the system. so that the system will understand each and every characteristics, so that in future, maybe like you or me, we will be giving an age, income and all the details. It might be matching to the whatever the available data we have already trained. For that one, if it is yes, it is telling that yes, this candidate is eligible to take a loan. If it is no, it is not at all eligible. So that kind of predictions means we are training the system as we are training our daily person, domestic person or whoever doing that activity to our needs. The same is the case for this application. We are training. If the application changes, again, the system has to feed with other parts of the data. If it is a medical application, you have to feed the data with the medical scenario. If it is a financial, it should be related with the finance. It can be anything. Okay, weather forecasting means based on the weather's data and all those things. Okay. So that's what one thing I can say, that AI is the simulation of human intelligence by machines. Even though I'm an expert with ML or AI, but still I can say if in future it can be it can be overall. We can't say that human intelligence will be replaced by anything else. That doesn't happen. There should be an human intelligence. Whatever we are training the systems, we are developing the models and all the things, definitely human intervention is required and an intelligence is also required. Fine. So, how many of you are using ChatGPT? Almost all. Almost all you are using ChatGPT. How many of your kids are not using ChatGPT? Kids are also using. Suppose think that your kid is not using. What do you recommend them? Huh? You good. So ultimately, when the technology is growing, it is our responsibility to know the technology. We need to update the technology, but it is very, very important. Maybe this platform I'm using to tell you clearly, like, how that technology has to be used wisely. That is very, very important. Okay. So, yes, the people are relying on AI tools. The people are using for each and every small things also for ChatGPT. As we are from the domain experts or others are also there, whatever you are using through ChatGPT, it will consume maximum power consumption. Okay. Power consumption. If you leave aside all those things, first and foremost is like we have to, maybe you're all lecturers or teachers from very good colleges or schools or anything. We have to train the students. It is our responsibility that allow the students to weaken their creativity. Okay. As and when they will start using the ChatGPT for each and everything, definitely the creativity will come down, as well as logical and analytical abilities also will be, it cannot be. So we have to train them that first use your creativity, use your logical thinking, use your analytical ability, then whatever you feel, fine, you are having some solution, then later on check with your developed tools and technology, so that that will improve, that will enhance, okay, but it will not kill your creativity. That's so it is our responsibility that even though when we will prepare a question paper, okay, how many hours are we going to prepare for that particular question paper? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 1 hour, 8 hours. Okay, we have to develop in such a way that even whatever you are preparing the question paper, the chat GPT should not answer. Are we going to try those things? Okay. Let me give you one example. Like last week, I had a lab, machine learning lab. One of my for my set of students, the question paper is given. Intensively, the question paper, some draft, some paragraph is given. Okay, in the paragraph, I have given that, yes, in order to train you, or in order to, it is really a difficult, I'm feeling like end of life. I'm trying to, that is the better choice rather than training you. Okay. The students immediately, the whole paragraph without reading, they kept it on the GPT. GPT has given some helpline numbers. Helpline numbers. Like Kiran associations, all those things. Like these are all like intra-connected. It captured in one system. So almost all means they didn't even see the paragraphs. Okay, almost all. So they are not reading it. They are not reading it. Somebody, they have just responded the solution, they mailed me, immediately they said that I have completed. What is the solution means? I have to go to the helpline number. That is the solution. So how, as a teachers, what we have to do is we have to give the question in such a way that the chat GPT should not answer. Can we do it? Yes, we can do it. In order to do that one, definitely every one of us, maybe you are having more capability of the creativity, logical and analytical skills. The reason is, if you have become a government teachers long back, means definitely you will be having a very, very good skills. I think that skills, it is the right time to use and to compare with others, that see, whatever I am preparing the question paper, even the chat GPT will not answer, So we have to develop in such a way. So here what I am trying to say that, this, suppose if that question paper is given to human, after reading it, definitely the human will not suggest an helpline numbers. The human will suggest some solution. But the system has suggested means the system is relying on human intelligence. So the system is relying on the trained data. So here what we are trying to see that I don't know. already I have given an example of how are we going to train the model. We will be trying to train the model with the available characteristics of the data so that it will mimic or it will sense. If the new data is there, it will sense, and for that particular data, whatever the decision class label is there, it will try to do the same thing. So here, if you can see your schedule, importance of AI in building models and AI applications, why data is the fuel. Okay, so here what we are trying, suppose if we'll go with that example made person instruction. Instructions means one person is giving an instructions to the maid to perform some activity. Okay, that instructions is nothing but an algorithm. Instruction is an algorithm. Okay, so here the maid is the system. The maid is the system. Instructions are the algorithm. So here, whatever the algorithm which will function like an engine with the available data, whatever the data is there. So in that context, we are giving the instructions to the maid such as 3 rooms are available, 2 rooms are available, what is the way to clean it, where we'll keep all the belongings, and after the completion of the task, again it has to place properly, and some boundaries, some things are involved. All these things, it is a matter of the data. Now, if there is no data, no learning. In the sense that if you are not having enough rooms, okay, then you will be not hiring the maid. The same is the case wherever the data is involved. Definitely, we need to have some kind of learning. And ultimately, during AI or during designing the system with the help of machine learning, some of the things we will be taking care. For example, think that data collection. So I think when you have registered for this FDP, maybe morning, you have signed somewhere as you have participating in this FDP. You have signed. Okay, maybe where you have signed your name somewhere. Your name or your university name or your city name, everything is correct, or do you find any incorrect information? Have you find any incorrect information? No? Pardon? Wrongly spelt. Wrongly spelt. Okay. Wrongly spelt. Fine. Why am I asking is, data is available, but that data might have some incomplete, incorrect, which is and irrelevant also. Okay, sir's name was wrongly spelt. Okay, or maybe some candidate, some information is missing. Okay, wrongly spelt. How are we going to correct it? Or some values are missing. Without asking you, how can we fill the data? So for example, age. Age is there. Under age, out of some 15 participants, only 13 participants' age is there. 2 participants' age is not there. Then what do I do without approaching to you? What do I do? What shall I do? I have to fill the values. How I have to fill the values? Make inferences. Correct. Correct. How?
Who is working in government setup, maybe less than 2 years and more than 8 years, the age must be between
Correct. Maybe that 15 participants age is there. At least from the 15 participants, either we can make use of a mean value or a median value, or before all these things, if any column date of birth is there, for example, from the date of birth also we can derive the information. So when we are collecting the data, there are situations that it could be incomplete, it can be an incorrect nature, it may not be an irrelevant also, relevant also. So that is one. And the other one is data pre-processing. That's whatever I said, the measures which is related to pre-processing, pre-processing, like missing values, how are you going to add? If it is 15 records are there, but I got the file with 30 records, and I saw that 15 records again it is repeating. Same thing, means 15 redundancy there. How am I going to handle that redundancy? So whatever the pre-processed data indicates that which is a correct value and all those things, then we have to train the model in the sense that with the algorithms, we have to give that model in such a way that it will understand the data. It has to understand the data. Means so and so income, so and so age group, so and so property, or the nature of occupation. With all these parameters, they are eligible for loan. Means we are training the system to adapt to those characteristics so that whenever there is new data later on with that similar characteristics, then the system will give the value. Who has done the training? The human has done the training by giving the data to the system. And ultimately the system is responding and giving the value without the intervention of the human. But background, all the works has been done. That's what I have given a very good example, like maid and your instructions. Every day you need not be. Okay. Every day, maybe sometimes your relatives comes. Okay. Then maybe if she is working or he is working with you so many years, then they will come to know, even though if you are not providing an instructions, with the adaptation of that house culture, maybe they will act. Okay. If they are working for a long years, then they will come to know not only your instructions. Okay. While they are working, they came to know with some things how to adapt to them. Okay. They will be knowing it. They will be knowing it. So immediately they will be reacting. So in the same way, the system also, if the new circumstances, if the new cases will come, even though with the available data, it will be trying to function. Now, suppose the system, first of all, we have to make the system, we have to develop the system. Fine. You have given very good instructions to the maid. She or he is doing activity very good. Okay. Now, for your case, she is good. But somebody has to analyze or somebody has to evaluate. Okay, not you. Somebody has to evaluate. Then maybe who will be evaluating? Maybe once in a while your spouse or your parents, your in-laws. Okay, maybe they will monitor and they may say that yes, she is good, doing damn good. Okay, means they are testing and they are validating and they are giving the feedback. In the same way, for the model also, for the system also, whatever the data we are giving, we may be giving different data. And we will be trying to see that how the data is responding. Is that the data is responding correctly? How do I know? For imagine, real data, every time if I say real data indicates that something at the last class label, yes or no, or the patient is cancer is like benign or malignant, or the diabetes they are having or not, thyroid is having or yes or no. With all the data, we are trying to build the model. Later on, real data will hide the label. This data will give to the system. If the system is also predicting correctly and your real data is also having the same, if it is matching for number of records, you can say that model is performing well. In that way, you will cross verify. So even in maths, what we will be trying to do it. Suppose if something like, how do I prove that 11 is the correct answer? How do I prove? Outcome and whatever you have deducted, if you will add, ultimately you should get the value is 15. In the same way, test whatever the real data, you are hiding the label. And you are now trying to test the system. Whether if the system is performing well, well and good. If not, you have to do some other changes. So this is the diagram, data will play a fuel for an AI, and in order to understand the relation between data and artificial intelligence. And there are different kinds of data, not in AI, but especially this is an AI 5-day FDP. I have come up with AI, but generally there is a structured data, unstructured data, semi-structured data. So, fine. I think, let me. I'm sorry, I forgot the last one, continuous learning. Continuous learning. You may ask me that when the system is already built and it is performing well, what do you mean by a continuous learning? Fine. I'll ask you one question. Suppose when you are going for, in an academic year, maybe you are going for the first time in one class to meet a new students, and you have delivered the content. You found that one student is not listening to your lecture, listening to your whatever you are teaching. What is your immediate reaction?
Asking them some questions.
Asking them some questions. Others, what is your reaction? How are we going to identify? How many of us will leave? Okay, let me do our own job. Whether we will listen or not, our salary will be coming at the first of every month. Are we going to live in that way? No? Yeah. So, like, okay, maybe we'll call at the end of the class, or at the time, maybe we feel that, as sir suggested, that why he is not responding, maybe because of his poor skills or not able to receive the information or something. Maybe we feel, at that time, we may feel like that student is average or below average student. Okay. Now, after end of his or her degree, will your opinion change or will the same? I'm not asking whether student will be changing or not. I'm asking whether our opinion changes or not. Sir, when we will evaluate with the marks, we will be really, the students will be in very real pressure. That's what nowadays the parents are doing it. Yeah. Might be changed. Okay. Yes. So earlier, maybe our opinion is average. Later on, till means every time when we are observing that student activities, then we'll come to know that yes, the student is slightly improving or drastically improved, or still it came to poor. Something we are allowing our brain to change. We are allowing our brain to change by seeing the activities, by observing that particular student. Okay, fine. Fine. Now, suppose if the same context, if the same situation, it happens either to your neighbor or relative, will their perspective changes? Relative or a neighbor, will they change? Okay. Why? Already they don't want to change. Already they were already given you one label. Okay. They don't want to change it. Okay. It's a very good example, like, for example, a thief, maybe somewhere at some point of time, that person has done something wrong. Okay. He had a punishment later on also in the society or in the neighborhood or with us only. Whenever you feel something is missing, okay, in that particular room, immediately our brain will go towards in that direction. Okay, that direction. Here, the thing is, the characteristics might be at one point of time, it is something, there might be some chances or the probability of changing to otherwise. So, today maybe I have a label is something like bad or a poor. Maybe in future that bad might be changing to good. So continuous learning in the sense that when you are developing the system, you have trained the data in such a way that with old data, okay, you are using for a decade, 10 years, 20 years, the same thing. I think that will not sustain. When the world is evolving day by day, you have to feed the data in such a way that it should be a real-time data. Then only it will be projecting or consistently it will be giving some results. It will be giving some results. Okay. So here, generally, for example, suppose your kid is there. Your kid is not doing well, for example. What is your reaction? All of us are having kids. Day-to-day life, we'll see, not performing well. What is your reaction? Identifying the cause root of why the kid is not performing well. Okay, others? We will identify or we'll do something else.
Being a faculty member without in the other case of
Means everybody can't be a teacher, sir. Then everybody will be a teacher. What about medical, whatever the others? Okay, and nobody will give us loans also. Isn't it? Okay. So what is your immediate reaction? Huh? India is celebrating National Science Day, and on Saturday itself, some eminent people called me Women in Science as a chief guest, and that too mother is responsible. Huh? Why father is not responsible? We may ask the same question. So generally we'll blame the teacher, or we blame, first of all, we'll tell that you don't go to that peer group. Okay. Without, first of all, our kid is a problem to them. Okay. First of all, we won't identify that one, and we'll discard somebody. At least with someone, they are evolving it. We won't see that reason. And the other, either the teacher or the school. Okay. Now we have to think of our own student parents are cursing us every day in how many ways we don't know. Is it correct only, no? We are also teachers. We are training so many students. If the students are not performing well, the same is the case with the parents also. So this is a platform why I am using with respect to AI is, I think your parent institutes has given you an opportunity to come here to know about the sessions of AI and so. First and foremost is how are we going to train them? That is one. The second thing is we have to be responsible in the sense that while we are setting the question papers and while we are delivering the content. Okay, it is very easy nowadays also, mostly not you, that's what I'm admiring all of your capability. The reason is now we have seen that so many faculty in very young generation, they will be not preparing, they will just use the ChatGPT to generate the PPT. Okay, without. Okay, if the candidate is having a very good communication skill, they will rule the world. But however, we are equally responsible for spoiling the kid. That is one thing. Continuous learning in the sense that actually when the data will be changing its own characteristics, immediately we have to capture that characteristics in order to make the system consistent. There are types of data, and before going on to the types of data, like yes, we are running short of time, but still, when we talk about the big data, how many of you heard about big data? Everyone. Okay. Big data means what?
Store their data.
Large amount of data like census.
Okay. Okay. So, big data is not only related to one value. It could be the velocity, it could be of variety, it could be of veracity. So, volume. Volume means humongous of data. Suppose every one of you, when you have entered into this building, okay, you have captured your photographs, you have already sent it to WhatsApp, you have already done, means every moment it is accumulating a lots of data, volume. Okay, from the volume, as a data scientist and data experts, one has to think of how to only relevant data, which is really give some insights we need to gather. So volume is one. Velocity. Velocity in the sense that in a very speed, real time. Suppose you have developed a system, but that system ends up with last year data. Then you are using for 2026. You have only done with December 31st, 2025. After that one, I think if it is not with power of velocity, what happens is there will be a problem. Okay, when the speed increases, eventually what you have to do is you have to try to capture that kind of data also. Variety means that's what I am talking about. whether it is a structured data, unstructured data, or semi-structured data. Suppose every one of you, you might be marking attendance either in the system or through some attendance sheet or whatever it is. All of you are marking for every class. Then each and every one in your own institute might be using the different template. Okay, means suppose if I want to carry that information, I'm getting all the information from different sources. In order to handle different sources and converting to a uniform is a challenging. So we have to rely on variety of information also. That's what information means. It's not about the textual information. You are having an audio. Audio is also one kind of information. Video is also, image also can be one kind of information. So veracity in the sense that it is talking about something related to uncertainty. For example, think that you are suffering with some flu. Okay. Generally, you may be having cough, cold, fever, body aches, body pains or something. Which one first initiated, you don't know. Because of fever, subsequently you have come up with the symptoms cold and cough, or you started initially with cold, then that leads to fever, we don't know. So it is not clear. It is not clear, which is not like that kind of uncertainty. If it is there, then that is also very, very important. Okay, we need to handle that kind of incomplete or something like valuable information or not clear information. We need to handle that one also. In this context, give me an example like used in healthcare, finance, retail. Think that you have developed one system. That system will predict whether you are having a cancer or not. Okay. We have seen earlier, maybe some doctors have seen earlier that maybe one patient diagnosed as cancer, but that person went to second opinion, third opinion or some other test, it says no cancer. But on the other hand, it's a vice versa. Some patient, it is no, but later after 1 week, after 10 days or after a month, it is diagnosed as cancer. So the label is different. Okay, why is it happened? So those records are also very, very important. Why those records are important means some symptoms based on some symptoms at that point of time, it is not possible to diagnose. Okay, with something we can have something like probability chances. So only the experts can have that kind of nature. So we are talking about an veracity. So big data means it's not about only the large data, it's about all the four, not only four. Earlier it come up with 3 V's, then later on it come to 4, now it is around 11, but these are the basic things. We have to handle with the humongous data, with the speed, with the different kinds of data and veracity. Okay, without slides also I can manage. Without slides also we can manage. Why? Why? Huh? Without slides also we can manage as a teacher. The reason is we will prepare and come. Okay. We will not generate through chat GPT and immediately we will not project. As a teachers, even there is nothing. We have to be in a position to handle the session efficiently and effectively. So coming on to structured data, semi-structured and unstructured data, there are three main types of things. Structured means everybody. I think when you are filling the forms, already some URL, some form, maybe it is a structured, some questions are given, all these things in a structured way. Okay, so suppose when you are reading a newspaper, you can see some textual content, you can see some images, you can see some tables, some statistical analysis and all these things. Those are unstructured. It is a collection of all the things. Whereas semi-structured in the sense that, for example, if you want to develop some interface, you have to make use of some languages called as XML, extensible markup language, or JSON, JavaScript, object notation that we have to make use of. Those are the semi-structured. So anyway, I will be going on to this structured, unstructured and semi-structured, but this is a platform I am using once again to enlighten your students and to train your students that every time when we are discussing about any concept or where the students will be learning themselves, they have to follow something called as like 5W1H. 5W1H. Okay, so what, who, why, where, when, how. Suppose when we talk about this AI, what is AI? Who developed AI? Or who is the father of an AI? Okay, in that way, why AI? Where can we use AI? When can we use AI? How the functionality of an AI? Not only this one, but anything. You have to make your students to train in such a way that when they are reading any concept, for example, mathematics, differentiation, integration. Okay, so in that one, what is an integration? First of all, who has come up with this integration? Why is it required? Where can we use this integration? When can we use this integration? Integration, every time it is not required. How are we going to use this one? So in those lines, we have to train the students. Here also, what I am trying to say that what are the types of the data means structured, semi-structured and unstructured. So in a structured, it is organized, whereas semi-structured, there is only some structure, not fully. The name itself, it says, whereas an unstructured, there is no prescribed format. Why is it required for a data classification? In the sense that sometimes we will be looking for a relevant data. Okay, we will be looking for a relevant data. Sometimes only we have to rely on a structured. For example, CSV files. What do you mean by CSV? Comma separated value. Comma separated value. Suppose if you want to give roll number is there, name is there, roll number, name, age is there, all these things. You need not write in Excel form. You just separate with comma. That file, if you will upload, immediately the Excel will take and it will be trying to have that transformation. Okay. CSV files. So in that sense, like, why is it really data classification important? In the sense that like all the applications may not be using the same style, but several application requires in different nature. So structured is like databases, banking systems, or semi-structured, whatever the files you are having. Unstructured, whatever daily you can see that emails, images, all these things which is very essential in many of the applications. And particularly who will be using means it is not only confined to only analysts and scientists, even whoever requires that application, it is very essential to use those things. So here, suppose if you want to create some tabular form, maybe you are relying to MS Excel. Okay. In the same way, there are some softwares or the tools are available in order to handle unstructured and semi-structured and structured SQL databases. Okay, it's something like, suppose everyone knows about C language, Python. Ultimately, you are writing some code so that it will perform the same activity in by taking different inputs, and you have to execute that. You can execute for multiple times, but once only you will be developing that code. In the same way here also, with this code, maybe we can make use of several applications so that it will be useful in any whatever we are looking for. So there are some challenges. I think, did I give the challenges? I don't know. Somewhere I missed the challenges. Actually, those are very, very important. Yeah. The challenges I have specified here, I just want to, these are the challenges. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I think with this, I concluded. Challenges are data scarcity. You can ask me, in one way you are telling that there is a humongous data. In one way you are telling that it's a scarce data, in the sense that, yes, we do have a data, but there is no proper labeled information. Suppose if I want to build a system for the medical application, and I need to diagnose based on the symptoms of the patient whether they are diabetes or not. So when I have recorded all the patients, some patients I have no information such as diabetes or not a diabetes. No or yes, there is such information is missing. So without that information, it's not possible to build the model. So that's what we say is that data scarcity. Okay. Suppose, I'll come to the third point. Suppose think that the human intervention is required. For every record, whatever the label is missing, we will be giving some label. That is a time consuming process. Okay. How many such records are there? That many times human intervention is required, and giving the label is a highly labeled cost. Okay, it is a time consuming process. Suppose in a hospital, you are having the data is available, but the label data is missing. Then you will be hiring one doctor. You may say that, yes, within this month you have to complete, but you have to spend lakhs of rupees. Okay, what is an activity just to label it? That is under the cost. Okay. Privacy and scarcity, ethics. How many of you, while the shop or whatever, when you are at the time of counter, they will be asking you generally, what is your mobile number? Okay, fine. Will you provide the mobile number? Has to? Okay, suppose at any point of time, did you try that I will not give the mobile number? What they say? Okay, fine. When they will ask the mobile number, are will be not when we will number, others also will be knowing our numbers. Okay, okay. So they will also will save and they will also will disturb if their intention is such things. So we will be not taking any cautious. Here, privacy means might be their company policy. If you will give an incorrect number, what they will do? 10 nines I'll give. The system will enter. Zeros I'll give. The system will enter. And if they say that it is not a valid number, this is my number. That's all. So here privacy plays an important role, and coming on to ethics also, like
Text message billing. They are not giving any offline bills, paper bills. They just provide text message. They say you bill and you have to show the.
yeah, that is an corporate style. Okay, generally the people, okay, yeah, I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. So yes, there are some they are not having this hard copy bills. Definitely it will come to your mobile. Think that if the person is not having a mobile, they are losing the customer. Okay, so like we ourselves are giving the room to steal our information. If we won't go to that shops, are we not going to stay here? We can. But that is a very different topic. Ethics, I tell about ethics in the sense that suppose mostly maybe you will be having an idea. Okay, you want to develop something or you want to come up with some prototype with your students. Maybe you will be sharing that idea with your colleague. Before you implement, that colleague will be implementing. Okay, so ethics. There is no ethics. Actually, they are stealing their ideas. Ethics. So here, that is also a problem here. And when we are talking about the data, like something like this kind of problems is also there. So we have to make sure that the privacy and the ethics, it should be something that we have to preserve. Data integration issues. Data integration issues in the sense that, for example, when you are uploading an application, my kids are uploading an application, maybe they will upload the 10th class certificate or some certificate. Some sites will only support PDF files. They will not support JPEG. They will not support something else. Okay. Suppose we have to make it generalized, and I'm just using as an example so that everything has to be uploaded. Ultimately, whatever the format it has to change, ultimately at the background it has to change. So there are some data integration issues, means so many components are there. So in the same way, your university or a college, okay, so every unit will be working in a different manner. Whenever you want to launch something like a university-wide or something like college-wise, some problems will occur. So how are we going to resolve those things? How are we going to put it in a centralized form? So I'm giving you an example so that it will map you to the context of the data, AI, and while we are building the model. Okay, there are some couple of issues also. So how are we going to issue those challenges? And every time the research will progress, the reason is at any point of time we cannot achieve 100% of results. We may go to the higher side, but never we won't achieve 100% results. The reason is every person is not 100% perfect. Then how can you think about the system should be 100% perfect. Okay, so there are some challenges. So the AI, artificial intelligence and data in real applications, we are using to almost all the applications. The only thing we have to see that what kind of algorithm, what kind of data are we going to use while we are building the applications, some models or all those things. Structure. I just want to conclude in such a way that data, when we are talking about the modalities of data, data modality refers to the data type, and generally it should be something like a structured form, and we have to understand what kind of storage, what kind of here I have to say one thing is something like memory constraints also. Memory constraints in the sense that yes, we can suppose how many of your Gmail accounts are out of space? Out of space. What are you trying to do? Oh, instead of paying it, why can't you clean the space? And maybe now you can say to your students that timely it has to handle by whatever your photo, that's what in WhatsApp messages, if you will see some or close relatives or neighbors, after 1 day data, everything will gone. Okay, so yes, that is a memory. Even though the cloud environment is there, we are paying for the storage, but the memory issues will be prevailed. So how are we going to handle those issues? So the thing is, instead of taking so many angles pictures, take one angle and post it to the other people. So many angles. Okay, see that photographer, I think he has taken 12 to 15, that is also data is accumulating. Okay, so memory constraints are there. There are so many memory constraints are available. In that memory constraints, how are we going to handle that constraints? That is also an issue. So that is one thing, and categorization improves data processing efficiency in the sense that for everything you have to categorize things. For example, if we are having 15 students, if I want to build a model, I can't give all the 15 students. Maybe the students, candidates are of same nature. Instead of that one, I try to give only a representative samples. In that way, the memory issues also will be resolved. Instead of 15, you are only giving 3. Are we losing any loss of information? No. All those 3 are representing 15. Okay. In one way, we are reducing the time, the cost, the memory, and almost all the things. So yes, I initially started with what is an importance of data, how it will gradually having an information, knowledge, and how are we going to build the AI models and several applications. I have come up with only a medical and finance, but there are several applications one can think of. Okay, with this, I conclude this session, and if you are having any doubts or any clarification or anything, you welcome.